but I will never shut
Well, hello everyone. How are you doing? I'm hoping that I've got this screen sharing stuff figured out, but I just noticed a new thing on my control thing. So it has a new, okay, it put up, so we're experimenting a little bit here. I'm wondering if I can do that. Okay, let me go back to my, no, it's not showing the zoom. That is weird. I'm still trying to figure this out. So let me see what I can do here. There we go. And now let me see if I can pull this back up. Why can't I show all windows? Okay, that's not really working. Well, we'll figure it out when the time comes. I am going to stop that screen share. Let me minimize. Well, don't want to do that. Sorry, guys, we're doing some experimenting live, which, I shouldn't do. But I guess this will work out okay if I move my screen over here, which isn't ideal. But as long as I keep remembering to look up over here, you want to know what? I'm going to try something different. So you guys get to see me experimenting with my software. I move that. Then I won't be able to see your comments. Now, I'm going to move this back over here, and I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller. But it's weird that I can't bring this other screen to the front. But for right now, we're just going to minimize it, and I'm going to make this a little smaller. We don't really need to see everybody. Now, what's going on? First of all, I've got my mimosa. I hope you do too. I always share my t-shirt collection. Nathan, you've missed nothing. You've missed me fiddling around with my software. And we'll see if that works. I might have to go back to the old way. But I got my state crime. It has the little girl on the bottom who's, whoops, didn't mean to show you my belly button, who's getting bombed. You can get that on my Teespring store, and I think there's like a little banner at the bottom of the YouTube thing. Anyway, so this is the JC hearing. Let me lay the predicate for what this is about. It's almost like me covering Angela's Beth Vest case last night. Allegedly, I'm saying my position, this JC decision is not, Roos, who's the appellant, is trying to make it about the merits. The JC, in my opinion, has no authority to look into the merits. That's completely outside their authority. Their authority is just for violations of the bylaws. Their authority, except in limited cases, which we'll talk about, is limited to procedural violations. There's some exceptions that are explicitly laid out in the bylaws, such as if an affiliate is disaffiliated, they can only be disaffiliated for cause. So the JC can look into the sufficiency of the cause. Same thing with the removal of an officer or at large. They can look into the sufficiency of the cause as well as procedural violations. At convention, if delegates pass a platform plank that's in violation of the statement of principles, they can look into the underlying ideology. Those are really the only cases. Now, ideological concerns can be brought up as a backup to how certain procedural concerns or wording of the bylaws should be understood. But ideology alone is not a sufficient reason to bring to the Judicial Committee. So what bylaws is Roos alleging were violated in order for the JC to have jurisdiction? And this is where people, it's theater. It may tug at your heartstrings, but if you are going to be rational and unemotional and step back, you'll see that the argument doesn't have merits. Now, perhaps you want to change the bylaws. There are some things in the bylaws I don't like, but we have to deal with the bylaws as they are and not as how we wish they were. So the violation that Roos is alleging, which even if the JC had the authority, isn't a violation, that report is completely on point in what it figured out, that Angela misappropriated funds from the Libertarian Party. But they're saying that all of the conclusions are wrong, the report is tainted, whatever it might be, and they're claiming that violates the statement of principles. A violation of the statement of principles alone is not sufficient cause to challenge a decision of the LNC. In most cases. I'm going to say most because somebody could come up with a scenario in which I would agree it is. You could make that argument. And that's the argument they're making here. And in the LNC's response, they pointed out correctly that nowhere do the bylaws say that the LNC, just in basic decisions, cannot violate the statement of principles. Some people took great offense at that, but it is a fact that the bylaws do not say that. Perhaps that is something you guys want to change at convention. I wouldn't recommend it, and here's why. The statement of principles is really, really clear on some things, but other things it's intentionally vague on, such as the existence of the state. Anarchists would say, you have violated, and hello, Trendlin, you as well. Some anarchists would say you're violating the statement of principles and advocating the state at all. And minarchists would say that anarchists are. The statement of principles is purposely vague in that very important question because it didn't want to take a position. The position of the statement of principles is agnosticism. But as an anarchist, I could credibly argue that any position that the LNC takes that could seem to support a state is a violation of the statement of principles. So it isn't meant to be the end all and be all. And also a mistake that Jonathan had made in trying to respond to my brief is he pointed to where I had said in the RFK Jr. appeal that we are the party of principle. That isn't necessarily referring to the statement of principles. That's a trademark slogan that we have, by the way, which is funny enough if you think it's referring to the statement of principles. It's referring to the principle of non-initiation of force. They didn't claim that the LNC violated the membership pledge in this appeal. And of course they couldn't, because the LNC itself as a corporate body hasn't taken the pledge. Only its individual members have. And we don't have any, there's just isn't a mechanism for that. But let's take it as true for the sake of argument that the statement of principles should be applied here on its own. No other bylaws violation. We're going to go through this quickly because this hearing should be starting soon. So I did an amicus, and I'm not going to be able to get through this in 10 minutes, but I put in the bylaws language. You can find this on Lpedia about the statement of principles. And all the bylaws say is, this is the most important part. The statement of principles affirms that philosophy upon which the Libertarian Party is founded, by which it shall be sustained, and through which liberty shall prevail. Contrary to Jonathan, I actually do understand this. I have a presentation called Through Which Liberty Shall Prevail. The enduring importance of the statement of principles requires that it may be amended only by a 7/8 vote of all registered delegates at a regular convention. Now, what does this actually say? It says that the statement of principles is supremely important to the philosophy of the party, and because of that, it can only be amended by this super quorum and super majority. The only way the LNC could violate this bylaw, because this bylaw is not the statement of principles. This bylaw refers to the statement of principles. The only way the LNC could violate this bylaws is if it denied that the statement of principles is the philosophy upon which the Libertarian Party is founded. by which it shall be sustained and through which liberty shall prevail. If they deny that, they would be in violation of this bylaw. If they also claimed that the statement of principles could be amended by less than a 7/8 votes of all registered delegates at a regular convention, that too would be a violation of this bylaw. This bylaw doesn't encode the statement of principles as a bylaw. It encodes how it can be amended and the justification for why it's such a high vote threshold. You might not like that, but that's what it says. Now, the statement of principles certainly is an interpretive grid on all other actions, but you have to have another grounds to oppose that action if you're going to claim it violates the bylaws. We do not. So look at this. Also talks about the platform. The party platform shall include, but not limited to, the statement of principles and the implementation of those principles in the form of planks. Can someone appeal to the JC because the LNC violated the platform, or LNC members were violating the platform, which they do all the time, because we have people who deny open immigration on the LNC? No, they can't, because this Article 3.2 doesn't put the platform into the bylaws. It just says what the platform has to include. And the next thing talks about the amendment threshold for the platform. I know this is very mechanistic, but hopefully this made sense. So I said the only conceivable way that bylaw could be breached in a way that would grant the Judicial Committee any authority is if the LNC asserted a different founding or sustaining philosophy for the party, such as the Communist Manifesto. Section 2 then states where the statement of principles will be placed in the platform, not in the bylaws. So it explicitly states where the statement of principles is contained, in the platform, not in the bylaws. So it can't be a bylaws violation unless the bylaws explicitly carve out an exception for that, as it does for platform planks passed at convention. So I'm going to go past some things here. And I say many libertarians lob around the statement of principles, often without having apprehended it in context. It is not written as a personal moral code, though certainly it should be something libertarians personally embrace. It cannot be a final moral code today, as it sidesteps the issues of the existence of the state. It is written as the ideological touchstone of a political party in its formulations of political policies regarding the government. That's all it does. So I go on to cite the statement of principles, but I'm going to bold here. I'm going to say the part they're saying was violated with this report. That, let me go up here. It talks about what the Libertarian Party believes. And it says, we believe in the right to property. Accordingly, we oppose all government interference with private property, such as confiscation, nationalization, and eminent domain, and support the prohibition of robbery, trespass, fraud, and misrepresentation. They're claiming the SIC report is misrepresentation, therefore violates this portion of the statement of principles. But what does it say again? We oppose all government interference. There's no government interference here. So the type of misrepresentation it's talking about is things that have to do with government interference in property. What is property? Well, property is defined in our bylaws. Now, the question then comes up, is your reputation property? So that gets into issues of defamation. The party has never taken a stance on whether or not defamation laws are libertarian, or if there's something that have to exist today but wouldn't exist in Libertopia. Because a convention has not taken a stand on this, the JC can't, no matter their personal opinion. Just like no one can appeal to the JC and say that the Michigan trademark case violated the statement of principles, because there has been no clear statement by delegates assembled in convention that reject trademark or any kind of intellectual property. Though arguably the current property plank does do that, but it's not clear enough. The delegates have not spoken with a unified voice, and they have rejected, or at least the platform committee has rejected, anti-IP planks in the past. But at best, Roos has to argue this is reputational property. So he has to argue for defamation, which the JC has no authority to pass judgment on because the delegates in convention have not given clear guidance. Of course, Angela could have recourse to the courts if she wants. That discovery would be wonderful. Okay, so the alleged violation is yanked out of context. That section states that the party opposes misrepresentation in connection with the right to property and laws made by the government. And by the way, in his last appeal on this, Jonathan Jacobs acknowledged that the LNC had the right, even if it wasn't wise in his opinion, to pass a motion that libeled somebody, because that's the best argument they can do here. Now, of course, I don't believe it libeled anyone, but that would be the argument to go. Also, I said, because Jonathan Jacobs and Hector Kangaroos had said that the statement of principles also forbids mistakes that might inadvertently be misrepresentations. And we're going to start this in a second, the JC stream. I said, laying aside all my arguments above, just consider that for a moment. If one were to believe that assertion, any wise husband who answered negatively to the question, does this dress make me look fat, by his loving wife, when the dress did indeed make her look fat, would have violated the statement of principles. And I said, hint to the gentleman, the correct answer is no. You're welcome. Okay, you get the idea. And of course, Jonathan Jacobs responded because he is terminally has to respond. I've since realized, because I used to have that bad habit, it just annoys the JC. I didn't respond. Plus, everything he said, I anticipated in here. So let's see if we can get this party started. Okay, that's not correct. I'm looking for my screen to join the meeting. Let's see. It says host is about to join the meeting. Let's see if we get audio. I don't know if we're going to get audio or not. Is anyone talking? Somebody tell me if you can hear. Mike Seebeck might be talking. Oh, I'm getting audio. I need to put on my headphones. I may need to run upstairs and get my headphones. I'm going to be right back. I got to run upstairs and get my headphones. Okay, audio is not coming through my screen. So we are going to stop that screen share and we're going to do it this way. And put me up as a camera. Now we have audio. So the other way I wanted to do it didn't work. And that's real blurry. Let me see if I can fix that. That's not correct. What are you barking at? It's just my computer. Why do I keep doing that?
It does not still appear to be showing up. Let me refresh it.
I am
still no joy.
I am still not getting. Okay, that moved that. I don't want to do that. Where is Zoom? There is Zoom.
I need to message Mr. Montoni. Make sure he's
There we
coming.
go. Okay, that's a little better. Am I getting audio? Yes. Okay. Let me put my headphones on, and I think we're good now. We even got Bunchy. Okay. So you shouldn't be getting audio feedback now. I also pull up the LP Ally stream to see if there's any questions in their comments I want to answer.
Recording in progress.
All righty, we're going to convene this at 3:05 Central on Sunday the 26th.
Okay.
This is the judicial hearing relating to the current
If you see me
appeal
looking down, I've got
regarding
the
the Special
Allies
Investigative Committee report and
stream
subsequent
up.
motions.
Subsequent, Mike. Subsequent.
We have 5 members
Time
of
to
the
drink.
judicial committee here for a quorum. I see Mr. Tarnoff, Mr. Latham, Mr. Stratton, Mr. Krawchuk, and myself. Everybody should be able to see on the screen the agenda for this hearing. Everybody will be muted until it is their turn to speak. We will not have crosstalk so that everybody has a chance to present their case and answer and ask their questions. We have 10 minutes for opening statements, 5 minutes for rebuttal, and 5 minutes each for closing arguments. Those time limits will be enforced as close to those moments as possible. At this point, I wish to ask Mr. McGee, are you representing the LNC or someone else?
I just texted the 2 members of the JC that aren't here. Oh, I need to put Allies
Mr.
back
McGee
up.
appears to be muted.
My apologies. Yes, Mr. McGee is present.
Will you be presenting for the LNC?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Joseph.
Okay.
Just saying hi to
we
people in
have, I
chat.
see Mr. Martin had his hand raised. Are you presenting for the appellants?
I apologize. My hand being up was an error. I believe I will be presenting if called upon by the petitioners.
It's expected to be me, Austin Martin, and Jonathan Jacobs, if he can
Of course
join us, even if he has
Jonathan.
to join me via speakerphone.
Thank you, Mr. Roos.
Jonathan cannot. Everyone has to be
Registration check real
blessed
quick just to make sure.
by his pearls
Wait a
of
minute,
wisdom.
we have a new one, and okay.
He's got
Mr.
his
Jacobs
new damsel
is
in
approved
distress.
to get in here, so he should be able to join us momentarily. We will stand at ease for a moment for that purpose.
Oh, I got it.
I'm going to pause the
Yes, I
recording in a
text
moment.
all
Recording
at the same
stopped.
time.
We will reconvene the recording once Mr. Jacobs joins us here.
Did it read which email address you approved for?
He only
Check.
has one.
Should be SC
org.live@live.com was approved.
ORG.
Yes, it's that one.
Oh, he's got a new
That was
email
approved.
address. New one for me to block. And a new one, if there's ever discovery, to make sure it gets subpoenaed. I hope this doesn't last terribly long because I'm gonna have to tinkle after this mimosa. But la-di-da-da-da.
Just
Let me
waiting
go
for Mr.
see if
Jacobs
there's
to get in here.
anything. And I don't know why you'd be waiting. He's not, well, I guess he is presenting on one of the parties, so I guess that's fair.
And to everybody else here, apologies for the delay, but we want to make sure that all of the people arguing their cases for each side are present so they can do so.
What are the bets on how long this is going to take? I can't see the agenda, but usually, so you got openings. I mean, when you get to everything by the parties, you're looking at 30 to 40 minutes. And then I guess it depends upon
Mr.
how long
Reeves,
the
is Mr.
JC
Jacobs
is
having
going
trouble
to ask
getting in?
question.
I take it the passcode. Can I give you the passcode number?
He's still saying he's having trouble. I don't know. I don't know if the passcode would help. I have 530718.
That's what I'm typing in. I'll try it again. It has to be the correct zip code because, or the correct email because that's where it was sent.
Right. Okay. Well.
Nope.
Well,
I have to do this on a speaker.
okay. Can everybody hear JJ okay?
I think we can.
Unfortunately.
Can you hear him okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this will be how it'll have to be then.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to resume recording.
Recording in progress.
And at this point, the appellants will have 10 minutes to give their opening statements.
All right. That will be me then. Good. Am I being timed?
Yes,
Just ready? All right. Good afternoon, members of the Libertarian Party Judicial Committee. Thank you for your service to this party. This has been the most interesting term of the Judicial Committee I've ever seen. For introductions, I'm Hector Roos, and I address you today not just on my own behalf, but on many members who signed this petition, who value due process, transparency, and the foundational principles upon which our party stands. This member's appeal before you is in regard to the actions related to the LNC's adoption of the Special Investigatory Report at the June 9, 2025 special meeting. This Special Investigatory Report and related resolutions were adopted with glaring factual errors and opinion misrepresented as facts. These items were noticed and presented in a
Is that
rushed
JJ
manner,
sounding like
presenting a
Darth
critical
Vader in the
breakdown in party
background?
governance. The LNC majority
You hear that?
defends its actions by claiming mere procedural correctness. Our bylaws are not mere parliamentary law, but also contain our libertarian ethos, represented by the Statement of Principles.
It's
The
funny,
Libertarian
Bruce,
Party
you
is
didn't
not
care about
supposed to
that
be
when
like
it came
the
to
duopoly
RFK
parties, where
Jr.,
personal
did you?
ambition drives the bus, so to speak. As
That
libertarians,
is
we are supposed to
ironic.
model the behavior that we want others to emulate. This is
If
an
I
inflection
drank
point
every
in our
time
party's history.
Roos.
Are we a party of principles?
Wasn't me who muted him.
Mr. Ruse,
Wasn't
you are
me.
muted. We cannot hear you.
Stand by.
That was
might have been
God.
my fault. Hold on a moment, please. Mr. Roos, can you unmute? I'm going to
Okay.
ask you to mute.
Do I start from the beginning?
No, just go back
No.
about 20 seconds.
Okay. This special investigatory report and related resolutions were adopted with glaring factual errors and opinions misrepresented as facts. These items were noticed and presented in a rushed manner, presenting a critical breakdown in party governance. The LNC majority defends its actions by
The
claiming mere
second
procedural
time it was
correctness.
adopted, they
Our
had
bylaws are
months
not
to
mere
review it.
parliamentarian law, but also contain our libertarian ethos, represented by the statement of principles. The Libertarian Party is
Our
not supposed to
ethos
be like the duopoly
doesn't
parties, where
allow
personal
us
ambition
to
drives the bus, so to speak.
fundraise
As
for a competing
libertarians, we're
candidate
supposed to
that
model
you
the behavior
dropped your
that we want others
panties
to
for,
emulate.
Hector Roos.
This is an inflection point in our party's history. Are we a party of principles or not? How did we get here? Immediately after the Reno takeover, the LNC under Angela McArdle was facing significant financial pressure. Eventually, the LNC agreed to let Angela become an interim executive director to save the party money and to right the ship. Being executive director authorized her to enter into vendor contracts independent of the LNC and the flexibility to terminate employment agreements. By the time she had resigned as chair, the party was doing financially better. Most LNC members rarely questioned how she was doing it. The LNC was largely hands-off and let Angela take unilateral action with the help of a small number of LNC members. The point is that
not correct.
What we've not heard from the LNC is, was her behavior authorized or not? And that is also not answered in the SIC report.
Yes, it was,
So
because there was a policy
since LNC members
manual.
weren't paying attention when the report by Jake Porter was published in January accusing Angela of wrongdoing, many LNC members were caught off guard, not knowing what was true. As shown
I
in the
wasn't
appeal
caught off
brief,
guard.
This petitioner immediately refuted Mr. Porter's accusations, which, unsupported by real evidence, save whatever was provided by an anonymous source. As Angela has explained in her fact sheet, LNC members who once supported her made their demand for her to resign or face consequences.
Call it what it is.
She did resign and moved on to start a ministry supporting the freedom of federal prisoners, including Ross Ulbricht and Roger Ver and many others. Despite promises to leave her alone, the LNC continued to pressure her to work with them.
I never promised to leave her alone.
As we have seen it, full of inaccuracies, incompleteness, and false pretenses.
Okay.
Petitioners waited months before it was clear that the LNC had
his
no
arguments
interest in
are
doing
BS.
the SIC report.
I don't want to interrupt him, but there's something I want to
understand
say.
the claims of misrepresentations.
Give it a
These
minute.
misrepresentations are not severable, meaning the entire LNC report would have to be redone in order to fix these misrepresentations. Let's be clear at this stage that the LNC written response's only defense is that the LNC is not bound by the statement of principles, alluding to some loophole.
That's not
meaning they
their
can make
only
these
defense.
misrepresentations without any consequence.
Those kinds of misrepresentations aren't even implicated by the statement of principles
in the SIC report.
And there is
they define
no
things,
misrepresentation.
What they say in the SIC report, they don't match. So there's issues of a lack of independence in the report. There's factual incorrectness, including mentions of DC code that doesn't even apply here. So intent is actually not necessary to get into the heart of the matter of this appeal. Simply looking at whether their claims match what's actually said. And we've seen
funny
this
how
before,
Bruce doesn't believe in the
JC
business
appeals,
judgment rule
particularly
now.
in the defense of Miss Harlos, and we'd like that same standard to apply here.
The standard was in the policy manual of gross misconduct. And actually, Angela's does rise to gross misconduct, but that's not the standard
very
here.
Interesting regarding the statement of principles.
And keep my name out of your whore mouth,
speak for the rest
Bruce.
of the time here in regards to our opening statement. JJ?
Okay, thank you. I hope you all can hear me. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
I'm putting this on mute for 1 second. When I say whore, I mean political whore. Hector Roos was sued in Miami for political corruption, where he falsely attributed an attack ad full of misspellings. Look it up in Miami. Look up Hector Roos Miami election fraud, and he falsely attributed that attack ad to a union that had nothing to do with it. according to that article. So I don't mean it in like the streetwalker sense. I mean it in the political sense.
Clause is binding on the Libertarian Party, on all of us, the members,
Even if
various
it
organs of
is,
the party,
it
the
is
LNC, even the
the-
JC, even the
the
convention.
misrepresentation part
There was
has to
something
do
raised in an
with
amicus
laws
that,
regarding property.
Where's that amicus? I'm never any good with Latin.
It's
It
mine.
talked about this would only apply to property. Well,
Mhm.
in the SIC report, they're actually asking for donations. They're looking at fundraising, as was the case with one of the original motions that has since been ruled void. They actually said that they're looking for a donor or donors that are willing to make sufficient contributions to a legal fund. So they are asking for money in this. And I'm going to submit that they are asking for money by misrepresenting the situation. Money
There's no
is a type of
government
property,
law
unless taxation
implied.
is not theft.
That's government. You miss the point that it has to
We
do
can
with
take a look at this.
government
This alone should be enough, because I don't
interference
believe it is
in
in any
property.
way ambiguous. But we can also take a look at two other things in dealing with bylaw interpretation. The framer's intent, D. Frank Robinson.
D.
That's in
Frank
one of the
Robinson does
briefs.
not agree here.
But he used words very specifically when referring to the statement of principles as a tether, an anchor.
A tether,
like
an ideological
does bind
tether
the
for what
LNC.
a political party is supposed to
And in
advocate.
fact, the
And that
Libertarian
has
Party
to
as a
do
whole.
with the government.
This bylaw does that, so that the intent of that bylaw certainly appears to be to bind the party.
How come
to
D.
this,
Frank
to the statement of
Robinson isn't
principles.
here? How come D. Frank
repeat the
Robinson, who
statement
is
of
still
principles.
alive, did
The statement of
not file an
principles,
amicus?
affirms the philosophy that the Libertarian Party is founded upon, by which it shall be sustained, and through which liberty shall prevail.
prevail. Because it has to do
Finally,
with
and this is the weakest one,
government.
we have prior judicial committees. As we've seen in the Epstein case, they've already said, yeah,
Epstein
the
case
statement of
had to
principles
do
applies
with
to
disaffiliation.
it is something that does governance. That's the weakest one, I'll be completely honest. But that is still one that your predecessors have said that this does provide. I also want to deal with statute. This was touched on briefly. Statute that they cited requires bylaw authorization. There is nothing in the bylaws regarding somebody's significant other or anybody other than that.
It's in the policy manual.
I'll yield back
It's
the remainder
in the
of my time.
policy manual.
Thank you. How much time do we have left?
You have 50 seconds.
Very good. I did want to mention something about intent, because there's this program that was being discussed regarding freedom calls. There's something very interesting about it. It actually it raised money, but it's being represented as if it raised $0.
And that is
when there's only
irrelevant.
one fundraising program happening at one time, but there's still money coming in from the party, and there's no explanation given from the LNC thus far.
There
that
were
explains
mailers being
how did all this
sent
money
out.
come in otherwise.
LNC members were
And
making
if
calls,
the last 30
and
seconds,
people
if
go to
Austin
the
Martin wants to say
website
something,
and donate.
in regards to why that is.
Not the ukulele, please.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
I'd
Not
love
the
to follow up
ukulele.
just kind of on intent. Asking about this, asking objective questions about this has subjected me and others to extremist treatment. There is absolutely an intent
Soros!
to misrepresent and
It
to
was
obfuscate
Soros.
the truth if anyone asks. And, I wasn't on the LNC at the time. I don't really have a horse in that race. I came afterwards, and I'm accountable to my chairs. They would
You never talked
the
to
truth.
Colorado
I
about
would like
this.
the truth. Everybody
You
wants
have
the
not
truth.
talked
But
to the
the thing
Colorado
preventing
chair
us from
about
getting
this.
to the truth is the factionless majority on the LNC.
We are at time.
Thanks.
There we go. We need this up here.
All righty. Mr. McGee for the LNC, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the Judicial Committee, thank you for your time and consideration. We are here not only to address specific questions concerning issues that have arisen from the adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report. At the core of these proceedings lie fundamental considerations: the interpretation of our bylaws, the scope and meaning of the statement of principles, and the standards of accountability by which our organization operates. The issue before us invites careful scrutiny and principled discourse, for they touch upon the very mechanisms that safeguard member trust and uphold the legitimacy of our decision-making processes. From the very outset, the Libertarian National Committee wishes to unequivocally state that every action pertaining to the Special Investigatory Committee report was carried out in absolute fidelity to the explicit wording of Article 3 of the party bylaws. Nowhere does Article 3 bind the LNC's day-to-day actions strictly to the text of the Statement of Principles. Instead, Article 3 defines the purpose of the Statement of Principles, the process by which it may be amended, and its connection to the party platform. In the present matter under review, it is essential to acknowledge that the LNC acted fully within the scope of its authority, adhering strictly to our governing documents. The adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report was procedurally proper. The SIC was constituted by the LNC through open deliberation and with full procedural compliance to investigate allegations of conflict of interest and improper business practices with respect to the former chair. The committee's mandate was observed with scrupulous care throughout. At the heart of the SIC's work was a comprehensive investigation. Evidence was gathered from a wide array of sources. Committee members deliberated at length and with candor, and every perspective was given due consideration. The report's findings are not the product of a single hand or a narrow viewpoint. Rather, they reflect the collective judgment of a diverse group of committee members,
in fact,
all striving for accuracy and fairness.
Did not
the adoption of the SIC report is, contrary to petitioner's claims, a reflection of the LNC's dedication to self-examination, accountability, and the ongoing improvement of our internal practices. The recommendations presented by the SIC were specifically designed to identify and correct vulnerabilities within our existing policies and procedures. These recommendations have not remained theoretical. Rather, they have been actively integrated into the LNC's policy manual. Most notably, we have instituted stronger financial oversight protocols and established clear mechanisms to identify and mitigate potential conflicts of interest. Furthermore, we've also adopted an ethics policy. These changes are tangible evidence that the purpose of jurors in the light of the alleged actions of the former chair. We must also recognize a universal truth inherent to any complex investigatory process, the possibility of human error, be it in the form of omissions, inaccuracies, or misinterpretations. It can never be entirely eliminated. However, it bears special emphasis that there is no credible evidence to suggest that any errors in the report were the product of intentional misrepresentation or malicious design. The members of the SIC took their mandate with utmost seriousness. They approached every element of their charge with diligence and professionalism. The review of the available evidence was thorough, and their conclusions were arrived at with the greatest care and deliberation. Their work was demanding in every sense, requiring not only considerable time and expertise, but discernment, patience, and a willingness to engage thoughtfully in the process while acknowledging the contentious nature of their task. Throughout, committee members were engaged one another in discussion and ensured that every relevant piece of evidence was evaluated with care. At the crux of the petitioner's argument is the assertion that the SIC's report adoption constitutes material misrepresentation in violation of the statement principles and Article 3 of the bylaws. If this committee rules that the actions of the LNC are in fact bound by the statement of principles, the next matter is to determine the standard for misrepresentation and whether anything in the SIC report meets that standard. The LNC submits that any standard for misrepresentation must consider intent. A ruling that equates any factual error, omission, or interpretive difference, no matter how unintentional, with actionable misrepresentation would set a perilous precedent for this organization and for the work of all future committees of this body. First and foremost, it is a fundamental tenet of justice, both in our internal governance and in broader tradition of common law, that intent matters. The difference between an honest mistake and willful deceit is not a trivial distinction. It is the very cornerstone of fairness in adjudication. If the Judicial Committee were to adopt the standard seemingly implied by the petitioner, one that disregards its intent entirely and holds the LNC or any other committee member strictly liable for any error as material misrepresentation, the result would not only be unjust, but profoundly destabilizing to the orderly administration of our party. Such a precedent would have sweeping and deeply problematic consequences. It would chill open and forthright debate, as committee members and party officers would be compelled to second-guess every word, every conclusion, and every recommendation, lest an inadvertent error later be construed as a punishable offense. The incentive to serve, already demanding in terms of time, expertise, and emotional labor, would be eroded as the risk of personal censure or collective nullification would loom over every act of good faith.
Anyone on the other side.
This would discourage volunteer participation and undermine the very spirit of collaborative self-government
that she violated
Moreover,
the
the
policy
practical
manual.
outcome of such a standard would be to render nearly all committee work vulnerable to appeal,
The
second guessing,
part
and
that's
reversal on the most minor of technical
undisputed
grounds.
is that
Even
in
spelling mistakes or
violation of the
inadvertent omissions
policy
could provide a
manual,
basis for declaring a report
she
and the reforms it underpins null and
hired
void.
her
The work of
domestic
party
partner,
governance would become
who for all
ensnared in a
intents and
perpetual
purposes
cycle of
is her
appeals,
husband. He's the
leaving the
father
party
of her
paralyzed
child.
at moments when decisive action and reform are
She
most
did
needed.
it, I think, the
In
same
short,
week that
the
she was
adoption of a strict
prohibited from
liability
doing
standard for
it.
misrepresentation would transform the statement of principles from a
He's
philosophical
spending far
guidepost
too long
into a
on
weapon
this.
for procedural gamesmanship. It is critical for the committee to consider: should every error,
I'm not
however
sure,
trivial or
Joseph.
unintentional, be grounds for voiding an otherwise valid and constructive process? The LNC submits that to do so would be to take leave of one's irrational faculties. The petitioners have
He's
also
spending
requested
too
that the
long on
SIC report be voided
misrepresentation.
and remanded to the LNC. If this request is in good faith and an attempt to correct any errors, there's no need for the Judicial Committee to grant this request. A mechanism already exists to make changes or corrections to an adopted report. That is, amending something previously adopted. Since the adoption of the SIC report nearly 5 months ago, the LNC has spent considerable time over several meetings discussing the SIC report and addressing concerns from LNC members. At no point has a substantive amendment been offered to the SIC report.
Yes.
The LNC acknowledges that the SIC report would have been better if the SIC had been provided with all the documentation they requested. Key persons of interest declined or ignored the requests from the SIC for interviews,
Such as
most
Angela.
notably the former chair and her domestic partner. Recommendation 3 of the SIC report advises the LNC to continue to seek additional documentation and list the documentation to be requested. To date, none of the additional documentation has been provided to the LNC, either because it continues to be withheld, no longer exists, or never existed in the first place. Neither the SIC nor the LNC have subpoena powers, and so there's no way for either committee to obtain additional documentation absent cooperation from key persons of interest. To reiterate, the SIC came to the conclusions they did based on the evidence they were provided. The LNC recognizes that no system is infallible and that robust processes must allow for the correction of genuine material errors.
Yet
Such corrections must be based on evidence.
Job, but
demand
that's
perfection in all things is neither
omission.
realistic nor just. To equate every error with actionable misrepresentation is to render impossible the work of any committee or officer. The process which led to the creation of the SIC report was thorough. The resulting recommendations and reforms have already yielded demonstrable improvements in our internal controls, particularly in our financial oversight and our protocols for managing conflicts of interest. These outcomes, far from being indicative of malfeasance, are evidence of a healthy, responsive, and principled organization. To retroactively nullify this process solely on the basis of unintentional or inconsequential errors would not only undo necessary reforms, but would discourage future leaders from undertaking the difficult and thankless work of organizational stewardship.
That's true.
It is the responsibility of this committee to affirm a standard that recognizes good faith and allows for the correction of honest errors without resorting to disproportionate remedies.
Voter records, I don't know if they're public. You can look.
The Libertarian National Committee respectfully submits that its actions, including in the creation, investigation, and adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report, were wholly consistent with the explicit language of Article 3 of the bylaws and in no way violate the statement of principles. The process was deliberate, principled, and conducted entirely within the scope of the authority granted by our governing documents. Any errors in the report were unintentional and do not rise to the level of material misrepresentation. The committee is urged to consider the far-reaching implications of a ruling that would treat every unintended factual error as grounds for overturning duly adopted reforms. The work of this party depends on the willingness of its members to serve, to deliberate, and to act in good faith, learning and adapting as challenges arise. We ask the Judicial Committee to affirm the validity of the LNC's decisions, to recognize the integrity of the process, and to uphold a standard that honors both the principles of liberty and the practical realities of principled self-governments. Thank you. I welcome questions from the committee.
All right, this should conclude the opening statements. We move now to the round one of questions. The order of the committee members was decided by AI random draw after alphabetizing the list and then shuffling the numbers. Mr. Montoni is currently not here, so we will go directly to Mr. Krawchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beautiful day here in Pennsylvania. I hope everything is nice for everybody else. I'm going to go through as an outline the relief requested, and I'm going to start with the end and work backward. So these questions will be going to Mr. Roos initially. Number 5, declare that Angela did not violate her fiduciary duty or commit embezzlement. Are you suggesting that we conduct our own SIC report?
I'm suggesting that based on the findings of the SIC report, is there enough in that report to satisfy the SIC's claims
that's not the
that she
JC's
violated
job.
her fiduciary duty or committed embezzlement, theft, however they phrased it in different ways.
Okay. So if the SIC report would have all the information that we would need then, and we would not need to go beyond that.
I don't think we need, in this entire appeal, I know a lot has been said outside of the SIC report, but I believe all our answers are actually in the SIC report.
Right. Oh, that's my question. Okay. All right. So I didn't see anywhere in the bylaws where we could declare that she didn't violate her fiduciary duty or anything like
It
that.
isn't
We can
in
only
there.
just say whether or not the SIC report was proper and properly passed. True?
True.
Okay, well, if JJ says it's true, I would say I wouldn't disagree with him on this matter. I think just in terms of general jurisdiction, if you have jurisdiction here, you're able to, you may want to consider taking some type of relief in that direction, even if
Bruce
it's not
doesn't
exactly
know what the
what I
fuck
asked.
he's talking about.
I don't believe we have the authority to declare that she did not violate her duty. I think we can
You do
only
not.
just void decisions of the LNC in this case. Is that a true statement?
That is what that's what I believe as well. Then yes.
Okay. So number 5 is really outside of our authority, and we can't do anything about it.
Very good.
Okay. Number 4, declare that the party's actions is based on material of misrepresentation are null and void, regardless of parliamentary compliance. It's really the same thing. We would have to conduct our own SIC study to see if the SIC is correct or not. Is that a true statement?
Judge, do you want? I believe.
I can.
Go ahead, JJ.
Do you want me to answer?
No.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes. I believe that you could reach that conclusion by looking through the SIC report.
How would I identify misrepresentation? I mean, it was mentioned earlier. What are those standards for misrepresentation?
Are you asking me that question?
Oh, shut up.
Yes. Well, no, I don't want to know what the standards are for misrepresentation.
Okay. Well, I think you would have to take a look at each individual case. One standard that I would say would be if the
Matthew, this is
SIC
live.
misrepresented
My shows are
statute
cluttered. They're not for everybody.
plainly,
It's for the people who
and
want to hear me
then you
I'm
rant.
sorry, excuse me.
That would be a
Misrepresented. Excuse me, I missed that word. If misrepresented what?
statute.
What does statute have to do with what we're doing here?
They have made representations regarding statute.
That wasn't
We are not
solely.
qualified to speak on statute here.
You are qualified to speak on their representations of it.
Right.
Well, again, what does statute have to do with anything we're doing here?
The statute, if somebody says this is a violation of the statute,
That wasn't the
in
only
an SIC
basis
report.
anyway.
I believe that the JC could look and determine.
So why couldn't they
if
look at whether they were violating the
there was a
FEC
reason- if it
laws
was
in the
reasonable
RFK
to assume
Jr.
that
case?
This was an actual violation.
JJ was arguing
You'd
they
have
could
us
not.
become
On an
lawyers?
interpretation of
You
statute.
know, wait, I'm not a lawyer. I couldn't interpret that. The law is a mess as it is. I just
JJ learned
add
when to
my
shut
own
up.
standard to it.
No, I
let me-
think that you could. I think that there are some things, much like interpreting a stop sign.
Right. Plain
you
language.
You can determine that a stop sign means that you are supposed to stop. It's very clear.
Yes, but nobody stops at stop signs. It's very clear. All right, let's move on away from that.
Okay.
So but the point is, it's a matter of opinion.
I think
And-
it can be more than a matter of opinion.
Well, one person's misrepresentation is another person's Bible. And your stop sign analogy is a good one because nobody stops at stop signs. Okay, let me see. Let me look at my notes here a second. Okay, nope, that was it for that one. Number 3, if the resolutions were validly adopted, void all the motions and resolutions adopted by the LNC as of June 9th. You know, I looked a couple times and I couldn't find a list of all those motions and resolutions. Did I miss it?
You're asking, the resolutions were in fact found to be void for lack of notice.
And then they
Wait a
were
minute.
readopted.
No, that's not answering my question. I said, it said void all the motions and resolutions adopted by the LNC, etc. I looked a couple of times and I could not find a list of those motions and resolutions.
Because they
Did I miss
didn't
that?
include them.
Yeah, they would be in the minutes. That's where I got them.
Right.
Okay, so it's not in the, not here
It's
in
an
the
exhibit.
appeal. Now, isn't
in
that kind
an
of vague
exhibit.
though? Because they do a lot of motions and resolutions.
It-
Against every single one of them?
It was a
couple
special
of them,
meeting. It was a special meeting explicitly for that purpose.
Was that a yes or a no? Is it all of them?
Yes,
Some of them?
all of them.
Which one?
All
And
of them.
I believe there were 4 total.
Right. There were.
Okay.
The first one was the adoption of the SIC report. The second one was a motion to release executive session,
People are
which
tired of hearing
technically
this
was
dude
not an
talk.
original main motion. The third one was a motion relating to Ms. McCardle not holding office, and I believe something akin to a censorship. That one was repealed. The fourth one dealt with fundraising for
But those were
the possibility
readopted.
of litigation.
Like, you guys
That
are
one
so
was, I shouldn't say
confused.
repealed. That one, those last 2 were found out of order for failure to provide notes.
And then adopted
Okay,
later.
so should
So
we
just the 2 are live.
undo the
No, the
refusal
2,
of the
there's
third
all
one? What was
4.
that third one
All
against Ms.
4 are live.
Harlost again?
Yeah,
It wasn't
Was
against
the fourth
me.
the third one dealt with, I'm trying to think of how I can characterize it.
Well, let me pause.
it-
You said that they repealed it?
It was not repealed. It was found to be void for lack of notice.
And
So
then
it's
they
not one that would be a
readopted
live
it.
issue at this point.
So, yeah, but you said all the motions and resolutions. So you want us to reverse that one as well?
They
That
readopted
one
it.
is no
JJ's
longer
confused.
there, so you couldn't reverse it.
They
Well, but
readopted
could
it
we reverse
later.
reverse the action that they took? It just feels that this is vague because you're not saying exactly what it is you want. When you say all of them, well, we should reverse the one about Ms. Harlo's too.
It wasn't about me.
Well, the one about Ms. McCardle. In fact, there were 2 of them relating to Ms. McCardle. The last 2 were both ruled to be void.
They weren't about me,
So they have not
Ken.
been reversed per se, but they are no longer in existence. It is as if they were never there in the first place.
Yes, they were. They
Okay.
were readopted later.
All right, I'm not sure I'm getting an answer, but let's move on. Number 2, void the adoption of the SIC report as the official record or finding of the LNC and remand its consideration to the LNC. Well, the second half of that statement is not in our power. We can't remand anything. We can only void stuff. And I think it's been already stipulated that there's been no problem with the parliamentary procedure on it. So only the content is being challenged. Is that a true statement?
No. Go ahead, JJ, and then I'll answer.
Why don't you answer, because we have a disagreement.
You're right. We do have a functional disagreement on this, but that's because I believe the way that the motion to adopt the SIC report itself,
It was
with very
readopted
little
later.
notice
It was
using,
readopted later.
the email list basically as an intermediary session in order to get by 5-day notice, because basically people only got the actual copy of the SIC report to read within 24 hours.
So that's a parliamentary challenge.
That is a parliamentary challenge.
Yeah.
And it can be resolved under the Article 3 as well.
All right. I had read through that and I thought that was pretty clear. Okay.
There was one thing I did want to add, if I could.
Please.
Yes, it was on your claim that you could not remand.
Right.
You actually did remand in the case of Harlows.
Right.
Okay.
And specifically, that's the Phillies' decision.
No, it would be her actual. I think it was her actual appeal of her removal.
No, that's in
This
the
may be a good time to
bylaws,
jump
it
in there
reversed.
and say that the JC does not recognize precedent. So it doesn't matter what the flawed decision was in the past or the correct decision in the past. Everything is looked at with a fresh eye. So I appreciate it if you just don't mention precedent. Okay. Now, as for the content of the SIC, the LNC has voted in favor of it. Doesn't that decision stand on its own, speak for itself?
Could you repeat?
Yeah, the SIC, the LNC adopted it. So in terms, excuse me, so in terms of the validity of the contents, the LNC having adopted it, that speaks for the validity of it right there, doesn't it?
No. No, they could adopt something very easily that was invalid, that was untruthful, that violated the bylaws. That wouldn't make it okay.
Okay. You know, I always, my eyebrows always go up when somebody says, oh, it violates the statement of principles, because it seems to be a catch-all that a lot of people use. But let me move on.
I can respond to that.
Oh,
Bruce,
please,
just
do
be
so.
quiet.
So this appeal isn't entered into easily. Like when you look at the SIC report and what they're saying and what their definitions are, it's just so separated from the two. It's so grossly, excuse me, from what Mr. McGee said, but it's just they don't match whatsoever. And in many instances, that it feels abusive. And the only way to rein that in is to consider the statement of principles.
Abusive in the Libertarian Party? Sir, welcome home.
It should be that way. And that's what
You
the statement of
committed
principles is supposed to do.
election fraud in Miami-Dade County.
I guess
by
I keep coming back to the same thing.
attributing
We
an
have to
attack
wind up
ad
doing
to a
our own
union
investigation
that had nothing to do
find
with
out
it.
if there are indeed misrepresentations in there.
Yep.
I mean, you could read through it and you could read somebody's opinion, but you know, everybody's got opinions. As I said before,
yeah, you're right. You're right. I've wanted to avoid this because of how much laborious this is, and I also wanted to make a procedural component to this to avoid that aspect of the JC, because it's the same conversation that was happening in the Phillies appeal, when you had to look at line by line with all of those accusations or charges, and you had to look at, did they match what a policy manual or the definition of a cause was. I mean, that was intense as well, but it was done.
I did not support the JC on that decision, so you're probably talking to the wrong person there. Okay. Still, it keeps coming back to, if there are misrepresentations in there, that would require the LNC, sorry, the JC, to go back and look at all of it and say, is this correct? Is this not correct? And that's clearly beyond the scope of what we do.
Well, I would suggest finding one misrepresentation, sticking to it, because it's not severable.
Yes, they are severable.
I'm not sure I followed that.
If the conclusion can be reached with one of them,
it's enough to find one strong misrepresentation. Hang your hat on it.
Now you're saying strong.
Because it's
Where
not
did
severable.
you import
They're not
that
severable.
from,
Each of these claims in
Bruce?
the report are not severable. So you take out
They can be supported by one.
That's the only fix.
Well, that goes back to what was mentioned before by Mr. McGee, is that if there's a flaw in there, you can easily correct it. How come you didn't follow that path? Can I ask that question?
Oh, we did. We in fact, from June, and this was filed in September 8th. So we waited 2-3 months to file this, asking for these corrections to be made. This was submitted months ahead of time to the LNC members, and they said, "Well, go pound sand and go to the JC for relief if you really want this changed."
Because the LNC doesn't agree with you.
And I believe Austin Martin being the representative of the LNC here in the minority, of course, I wanted to also add to that.
I'd be happy to.
Please.
So to have an echo here, I hear a little bit of echo.
Did you say that again?
Yeah, thanks. So with misrepresentation, we're talking about an issue of self-consistency. You know, if the statute says X and an SIC report says Y, right, that would be a misrepresentation. right? And so that doesn't take a lot of research to figure out.
I'm not
If I bring this to the attention of my colleagues, and remember, we're on a committee where all the business is happening.
Hang on. You lost me 2 sentences ago. When you start talking about the statutes, I'm not an attorney, nor do I have the stead of an attorney or the education of an attorney.
Nope. And you don't need one to read. You don't need one to read the statute and say, wow, that doesn't match what they said. Right?
Well, you know, the Pennsylvania Constitution says the right to bear arms shall not be questioned, but they question it.
No, it's not an interpretive. It's not an interpretive difference. We're talking about language says hard X, and then
And
SIC
so does the
report
Philadelphia
says
Constitution.
Y. They do not match. Not an interpretation. It's a misrepresentation.
Right. They misquoted the statute.
I believe so, yeah. And I believe also the way that the statute that they chose to cite and their reasoning reveals a lot about the nature and creation of this as an entity. But going to what the matter was that I was trying to kind of get to, the business is happening behind the scenes. So if I want to bring a motion to correct this SIC and say, hey, there's this fact. Well, 2 problems with this. Number one, the facts, if you like Mr. Roos said, if I correct the fact that the fundraising amount was wrong and grossly understated, the whole case falls apart and the SIC itself becomes inviolable.
It
and so, of course, if the factionless majority are all in one mind together, and they are, and that business is being done behind the scenes, then you know whether or not your motions are going to be
violated the policy
and frankly,
manual.
I've
You're
made
in
a
the
lot of attempts to
minority.
try to
I've
correct the
been there.
record and try
Get
to
it.
deal with some of these factual inquiries. And I'll just tell you, you know, all the things that Mr. McGee was talking about would happen if you guys voided the SIC is happening to me right now because I question it. And again,
it's because you're
like
a lunatic.
Totally disinterested. I'm far away from everybody. I'm not personal friends with anybody in any of this.
You're personal friends with Angela.
Just frustrated with what I'm seeing and the lack of transparency in the process.
With Andrew Chatterton.
You know, if it's clear from the facts that, you know, wrongdoing occurred, then I think we should absolutely deal with that. But if we have to change the facts and break the rules to reach that
policy manual shows she breached her fiduciary duty.
Possible thing to do that.
And where
you're breaking up, sir.
Point out that the statute says
can you hear me now?
It needs to be in the bylaws. This JC has already determined, and it's
misrepresentation is not this
way we've
impossible
considered
standard
it.
that
The
you
policy
can never
manual is incorporated into the bylaws.
Something that's really quite clear, and
so
intent is not that hard either, especially when they're kind enough to explicate their intent.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. We do it all the time.
Let me, if I may say one last thing, very short.
Sure.
In a manner of speaking, I feel I'm doing the majority, the LNC majority, a favor by bringing this to the JC, so that if the JC chooses to,
you're such a hero, Kangaroo.
Then they just redo it. It's out of their hands. If the JC upholds it, then there you go. It's I can't do any more. It's not my fault anymore. So. That's kind of
you're the hero that we didn't know that we needed, Bruce. Don't you have another attack mailer to fabricate in Miami?
I've been here for what, 30 years and it hasn't changed. Okay, there's some good answers there. Thank you. Going to number 1, declare the LNC adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report as of June 9th, 2025 is in violation of the Statement of Principles and Article 3 of the bylaws. Well, I think going over the other 4 ones, we certainly have covered it. Let me just look at my notes real quick. We already mentioned no precedent, misrepresentation of actual findings. I already said one person's misrepresentation is another person's Bible. And I just want to close with one question. Let me put on my chowder hat and say, convince me that this isn't just sour grapes over a decision you didn't like.
The simple request has been, can you just do this better? You know, it's not there's deficiencies within the SIC report that are glaring. I mean, this is basically saying a program raised $0, yet the party raised hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No, it did not. It did not from Freedom Cause.
These are not close at all. issues. Then there's an issue of independence, that there's claims of all this, that there all this independence defined within within this definition that's actually enclosed in the SIC report. Yet there's already at least one person that openly declares in the SIC report that they have a conflict of interest. How does that make any sense? So I mean, so on and so forth.
Okay. No, that's pretty convincing. Now, apologies for me not knowing, but what was the final vote on the LNC? It was how many to how many to accept the report?
Austin, you know?
I should have known that.
Remember
My
right.
apologies.
If I remember right, I'll caveat important facts. Number one, anybody who voted on this matter had political and personal ramifications in their life, regardless of what their vote was. The safest vote was for it.
I would leave out comments like that, sir. Let's not get personal.
Most of the dissenting minority vote. And so only 2 members had the courage to vote against the adoption of this atrocious document. You asked about sour grapes. I tried really hard to get along with these people. I honestly don't really care. Not a right to fight. This is like I just have to serve my state. This happens to be happening.
You haven't talked
and so I
to
asked some
Colorado
questions,
about your
and the result
appearance
has
today,
been
Austin
nonstop
Martin.
punishment. And so, no, there's no sour grapes. That, like, I don't have an axe to grind here. I don't know why they feel like they need to shut off my email and censure me and do these go to these extreme
Remember,
lengths
super chats
to try
are
to
always
intimidate me
welcome.
and
This
attack
is
me
thankless
because
work.
they don't like what I'm saying, and
Bye,
because they don't like the
Mama, a
implications of
mimosa.
where the questions are leading. And that's not my fault. That's just where the answers are. And I'm a let the chips fall where they may kind of guy. So there's no sour grapes here. I'd very much prefer to work with Mr. Nikela. I don't see any benefit to
I have
trying
sour
to
grapes against
struggle
Nikela,
with the
but I
entire
can be
board.
objective
this is
here.
miserable and not very fun, and I don't
Then
gain anything
resign.
by it, frankly. This is
Resign.
disaster.
Resign. You're a lunatic.
Okay. No, that's pretty convincing. I'll say it again. Now, if we were to void the adoption of the SIC, do you think that there would be any material changes to a replacement SIC? That's a tough question to answer. Maybe you don't know.
If I may.
Sure. That's why I'm asking.
I would say that it would be very unlikely, because I believe most of the evidence he is relying upon was destroyed. Every attempt I've had to go and track down this data, regardless of what it is, audit data, Kixie data, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's all missing. There's no way to get it. So if you guys void this SIC, I'll just be very frank, the odds are that they would have to do a new clean investigation. That's what should have happened. We had a clean audit. We had a third-party audit. It may have not been an investigative audit that get into all the details, but they do probe for things like, misallocation. And this should have come up.
She
And
violated
that
the
is an
policy
interesting thing
manual.
all on
They
its own.
do not look at
I think
this.
they would have done much better to just have an independent investigation from the get-go. So if they want to go after this, that would be what they would need to do. At this point, I'm not sure if anybody could come to a conclusion, because for whatever reason, the investigators have decided to burn the bridges behind them. So no one can actually, again, we're talking destruction of evidence, guys. Like, it doesn't get any clearer than that. So I don't think this will come back if you guys void it. I think they've burned that bridge all on their own by destroying the evidence.
You shouldn't allow these accusations.
As I said, that's a pretty convincing argument you're giving there. So I turn it over to Mr. McGee. If this does get voided, what would be your process? What would be the result of you doing? Would there be a second SIC?
JJ wants to make a remark.
No, let JJ shut the fuck
I
up.
did call up. I did have an answer to your question. It was 11 were in favor of adopting the committee report, 2 opposed, 4 abstentions. But I was wondering if I could address the question of sour grapes.
Up.
Sure.
Thank you. If you take a look at one of my filings, I very clearly say that Ms. McCardle violated the policy manual. Now, that's not something that is going to be, if this were sour grapes, I would be standing up here saying, she never did anything wrong. You're terrible. You're all terrible, evil people. I'm not saying.
The policy
I am
manual was
saying that
enough.
I am saying that, you know what, there is a problem, but be fair about the criticisms. So I don't think you could call that sour grapes by any stretch of the imagination.
You aren't the appellant,
Okay.
by the way.
I will take your opinion into consideration. Let me go back to Mr. McGee. Is it going to be an SIC too? Is it going to, how would you respond to what Mr. Austin was saying?
First of all, to my knowledge, no evidence has been destroyed. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay. Would there be an SIC too?
Presumably, we might reconsider some of our findings based on, some of the suggestions that have been presented by the various amici and the exhibits presented. Certainly, there's been no intent by the LNC to not consider any amendments to the SIC. None have been presented. Presenting a report saying, oh, you got this wrong, you got this wrong, you got this wrong, is not the same thing as presenting a properly noticed motion to amend. Mr. Roos has a regional representative who he could bring these issues to, and as of currently, I haven't heard from him. He also has three other
representative, and you've never responded to a single email or call that.
Don't let Roos interrupt. McGee didn't interrupt.
He also has three other members of the LNC that reside in his home state that he could have brought this to if he didn't trust me. That has not happened to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. That does answer my question. I'll tell you, I get a lot more sense of what's going on listening to you guys talking back and forth than I have by reading all the words that you guys put together. It takes a lot of time to get through it all. Thank you for your answers. And I found a lot of things convincing. Mr. Chair, I'll turn my time back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tarnoff, you're up next.
Hello. So I'd like to first speak to the respondent. Was the SIC committee and report commissioned specifically as a disciplinary?
No, it was not.
Size?
In fact, explicitly, the original committee that was convened as a disciplinary procedure was disbanded at the same meeting that the SIC committee was convened.
So there was a first SIC commission, and that was to look into disciplinary matters about the chair.
Correct.
But the second one was not.
Correct.
A disciplinary. Okay. Is there anything, any issue then with using it to support disciplinary findings? Normally a disciplinary action is intentional. Then the adoption of the report, the meeting,
it was not
the special meeting to adopt the report was not convened as a disciplinary matter.
It was not.
Yet it produced disciplinary results. Did you see a notice problem with that?
It produced a censure. There's a disciplinary censure and a non-disciplinary censure.
In one resolution that pertained to the former chair, but it didn't result in formal disciplinary action.
There's a disciplinary
it resulted
censure.
in a couple of motions for censure, didn't it?
There's disciplinary
resolutions
censure and
motions of censure, or were the resolutions something else other than motions of censure?
It depends on which motion you're referring to, the one that was voided or the one that was not.
I'm referring to the ones passed on August 25th. There were two resolutions, were there not, were passed on August 25th?
Yes, there were two. Those were the ones that were adopted after the previous ones were voided.
Okay, and you're saying these are not motions of censure?
I'm not saying that. I do believe that the first motion did result in the censure of Ms. Picardle,
But
as
that's
the
not a
opinion of the
disciplinary
LNC.
censure.
The second one is not intended as a motion of censure.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the appointment of the SIC, I would note a couple of passages. I want to read a couple of short passages from Roberts. 63.8. These are steps in a fair disciplinary process. 63.8. A committee whose members are selected for known integrity and good judgment conducts a confidential investigation. 63.12. An investigating committee should quietly conduct a complete investigation, making an effort to learn all relevant facts. Now, those are just steps in a fair disciplinary process. They're not required, apparently. And then I would note 50 sub 18 says, when a committee is appointed for deliberation or investigation, it should represent as far as possible all points of view in the organization. I think it's pretty clear, possibly unfortunately for the appellants, that none of those passages are required. They're not voluntary. They're just recommendations. Would you, and certainly nobody has even suggested that that Article 3 or the platform has anything to do with the appointment of an SIC. You can't have misrepresentation there. So my question is it the LNC's position that it is not bound by a requirement to appoint an SIC that is fair and unbiased?
That's going to need some unpacking. So let me first start with the fact that the citations in Roberts pertain to a disciplinary process, and the SIC that was convened was not for disciplinary purposes. The motion for censure was passed by motion, not as the result of a conviction at trial through Ronner 63. So that wouldn't necessarily apply. What was your other point?
Well, yes, you're right. These are the steps. The first two passages I read are steps in a fair disciplinary process. And they are speaking to a formal process. But 50 sub 18 it speaks to the committee appointments in general. When a committee is appointed for deliberation or investigation, it should represent as far as possible all points of view in the organization.
There's no point of view.
The word should is in there, right? It should represent. It doesn't have to, right? It's not required, but it should.
There could be points of view that think financial accountability should be handled a different way, but you don't have anyone who thinks it shouldn't be handled.
Improper to look into the composition and the intent in the appointment of the SIC
out of context, in my opinion,
because it's not required, and there's nothing in the
and funny, Blay, you didn't have this issue with my investigation committee, which was a disciplinary action.
And the only
Adrian Malagon chaired that committee. That should tell you everything you know when he was making sexually harassing comments to me on Twitter.
There's no requirement.
When he was chairing
of
that
the
committee.
I mean, of the LNC.
Well, the fact of the matter is that during the time leading up to the meeting where the SIC was convened, myself and Mr. Nikela actually looked into how much it would cost to actually to put together an independent investigation. And when the amount that was alleged to have been misappropriated, so to speak, is around $50,000, and the potential cost for an independent investigation is close to 20. That doesn't make much sense.
Okay, so
It's actually more than 20.
it sounds like you're saying that the appointment of the SIC may or may not have been equitable, unbiased, but that it doesn't matter, and
I think it was
to produce an
unbiased.
unbiased report was cost prohibitive.
Correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with
Okay.
McGee here, but that's okay.
My third question has to do with the second. Actually, I think you've actually answered that one already. All right. I'd like to speak to the appellant now.
Come here.
How are we to determine the intent of SIC members or the motives behind their appointment without hearing testimony? And do we have the authority to hold a hearing and hear testimony?
I think you're supposed to look at the actions of the LNC. As I've said to Mr. Krawchuk, it's the action on this SIC report that the LNC has adopted. I think it's self-explanatory what the SIC is. It has claimed its authority under DC law to perform an investigation that could lead to litigation.
No, it had its authority
that's
under
as far
the
as I understand.
LNC.
From things that happen outside of this document that we now know about, is that certainly there was a dialogue in regards to the settlement of the Vest lawsuit that's now just been dismissed. And the interest of that lawsuit and the recommendations in this SIC report do match. But if we're going to go into intent, there is a lot in the record that has been submitted, but specifically in terms of the authority of the JC, what is included there, what it self defines itself in, and being consistent about is this notion that it is operating under this process to establish litigation. And the last thing I'll say about that is that the LNC has performed this type of special investigatory committee before, for whether it was for the previous Harlos lawsuit or the Vest lawsuit itself. And the reason why those lawsuits survived in court was because the LNC proved it didn't know how to run an independent investigation of itself that could survive a motion to dismiss. And again, this is the same type of practice. They haven't really learned their lesson, from what I can tell.
That wasn't
and that's why it was so
all of the
important when I
reasons for a
submitted
motion to dismiss.
this review
He's
about
misrepresenting that.
the standard that was set, and the LNC knows about in regards to the what the independent standard looks like. Because it's legitimately, the court has told them this is how you do it, and they're still kind of not
He's
following
misrepresenting that.
these procedures. So I hope that answered the question.
He's misrepresenting that.
Did you want to say something, JJ? Yeah.
Yeah. May I add a few things here that have come up within this conversation? If it's okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm chair, but it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I wanted to say that generally when I do a self-investigation, I usually conclude that I'm a great guy. But I wanted to go very specifically into something that was mentioned here, that this was not disciplinary action, or was not intended to be disciplinary action. If you take a look at page 94 of the SIC report, it says, based on the findings and conclusions of this report, and the strength of the evidence supporting them, the SIC recommends that the LNC adopt a resolution finding Angela McArdle unfit to serve as an officer of the Libertarian Party in the future. That could only be accomplished through disciplinary action.
That is not
That
true.
can only be accomplished through disciplinary action at the convention level.
Which
So
is
this
why
was
that
something that
ended
very
up was
clearly
voted.
intended to be disciplinary action. Whether or not it was, whether or not it would be valid disciplinary action is another matter. But that intent, based on that clause, is there.
If you're finished, I'd just like to ask, is to produce any, I haven't, maybe I missed it in all the wordage. I didn't see any hard evidence of misconduct, like the misstatement of the statute that was mentioned earlier, or the destruction of evidence, or any hard evidence that that the LNC did not appoint the SIC with an intent to be unbiased.
If I may.
If I may answer on the statute,
can we receive such?
No,
just
you
a
can't
clear,
receive anything after a
can you
hearing.
send to me or to the
No, you
judicial
can't
committee?
send anything after a
any such
hearing.
evidence, hard
can't-
evidence that we could pin something on, because conducting a whole trial to determine these things, with witness testimony is probably beyond our ken.
I'm not certain who's speaking.
Blade Tarnoff.
This is Blade
Mr. Tarnoff. If you take a look in, it is called Rus Amicus 2. I believe it was submitted around. Let me just see what I can get for the date on it. Let's see. It was submitted on, I believe, September the 28th. That includes the problems with the statute, along with a full copy of the statute that they have cited, where you can see the problem. Is that sufficient?
I'm not sure. I did read all the amicus briefs, and I didn't see anything, any hard evidence. I saw opinions and statements, and claims of what was said to whom, but I did not recall anything that, like, for example, is there a statement? I heard a statement earlier that a statute was misquoted in the SIC report.
Yes.
Is that true? And is that in this amicus that you're describing?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Tarnoff, if I may.
Yes.
Respectfully, when the misrepresentation, or I'll use the colloquial term fraud, not offering offense to anyone, extrinsic fraud is extremely difficult to prove, because the lie is not what they're putting in, but what they're leaving out. So when extrinsic fraud occurs, it occurs largely through omissions, and misrepresentations that due to those omissions are difficult to prove. And I believe that the question you were asking really went to intent. Where's the smoking gun on intent? How do we know? And I'm going to really quickly, referencing my own amicus at the very top of the last page, there's a reference to a point of parliamentary inquiry, which I raised. I raised this immediately in the aftermath of the hearing in which we adopted the SIC. And I asked specifically what the intent and effect of the motion would be to bar McCardle from office. They refused to answer and insulted me and told me I needed to get mental help because I asked about the effect of that motion. They knew that in asking whether it was expressing an opinion or whether it was a disciplinary action, that I revealed a problem. So they refused to answer because they knew better than to directly incriminate themselves. But despite this, in the remarkable email thread between Mr. Sarwark and Mr. Nikela, Mr. Nikela, arguably provably prior to the SIC's adoption, said that we felt that the previously in the meeting prior to the adoption, that we all felt that the goals of the suit had been accomplished. Namely, and it specifies the bar on McArdle from being in office. So they thought it was effective. They certainly thought it was disciplinary and stood in place of the discipline that would be imposed by the court. And then when asked, they covered it up. This happened before the SIC report was passed. There can be no doubt about the intent to run around both procedure and the meritorious truth.
Response to Sarwark.
I don't
but
think
that's Steve
that
alone. That's
that
not the rest of the
nobody
LNC.
stops at the stop sign.
I was one of the LNC members that voted for the first adoption of the SIC report, and it absolutely was not a disciplinary action.
Especially if there's
I
traffic
would have
present.
supported
And
an actual disciplinary action, but it was not doing that.
Which is why those rules are there. This is about protecting the LNC from reckless behavior. Absolutely reckless and perhaps malicious behavior.
You mean like the RFK Jr. fundraising agreement?
And they tried to bootstrap their way around the rules in order to accomplish that. And when asked, they punished the people asking those questions directly through retaliatory actions and escalations. A lot of them asymmetrical, that would be invisible to the audience. Something that if I were to try to complain about, it wouldn't even be worth the effort because it's just petty nonsense. But sir, I've endured a lot of personal harassment and a lot of mistreatment just for asking these questions. And I think that's a good evidence of the intent that they have.
Or it's a good evidence that you're a royal pain in the ass that harasses people.
The entire
on the LNC.
LNC response that they gave as their opening statement, the entire thing was a misrepresentation. They sat here and lied to this committee and lied to the party about the standards of investigation. So when it comes to the committee appointments, forget about what the rules outside of it say. The SIC report itself makes the claim that the committee is independent. So we don't need any rules to say whether it should be
under
or must be
DC law, and it was.
The SIC report itself claims a high
under
level of
DC
independence
law,
and a lack of material interest in any of the members, even though on paper that's not true. Kathy Yanuskavich was actually directly involved with the events under investigation. That is defined as a material interest, and it's not like they're just not lawyers sitting in a room. She had no material interest advising them. I'm led to understand that Oliver Hall actually wrote that paragraph about independence, including the misrepresentation of the statute. I don't know if that's true firsthand, but that's the information that I've been given based on my interviews with members of the SIC and my questions. So, and a direct interface with Mr. Hall himself. So what I'm getting at here is that this is not an accident. This cannot be explained by oops. This cannot be explained by partisanship. This is a direct misrepresentation, and just in the appointment of the committee. If the report didn't say the committee was independent, then it wouldn't be a valid claim for me to say it's a misrepresentation. But it's self-evident, and this doesn't even touch Bill Redpath's admitted
that was convened against me claimed to be independent too. Meanwhile, Adrian Malagon was making sexually inappropriate comments about me on Twitter.
And I'm not trying to raise that as like I don't want to go on a witch hunt over it or anything, but the hypocrisy and the impropriety of that, the fact that just discredits the whole thing. We have a very unfair selection process, and yet this report submits it as being totally above board and highest possible standards. And that is a clear, obvious misrepresentation. I don't see how anyone could see it any other way. Sorry, I yield.
Right.
There's
I just
no
want
such
to
thing as
elaborate.
yielding. That makes you sound
appeal
stupid.
Brief, pages 16 through 17 discusses the issues of independence and breaks down the issues of independence with each member. Except one I missed apparently, but for the most part, only one person at that time had been identified as having actually truly be independent, meaning, and the other person was actually a member of the LNC during the period of time when Freedom Calls was an active vendor to the party, and this issue didn't come up back then either during that person's tenure.
It was
so
concealed.
The main question is there was a claim there, and a big claim, as I mentioned in my opening statement, that what was there an authorization for Angela McCardle to actually perform, to actually work with contract and work with Freedom Calls, this vendor?
No.
If there was, then why haven't they explained why that authorization was given, why there was no oversight?
There was not.
Etc. But the SIC report is,
and you can't say
quite,
no one was watching me. That's why I
doesn't
stuck
really
my
refer
hand
to
in the
it,
cookie jar.
answer that question.
Yes, then the
And of
organization
course,
needs better watching. But that does not excuse the
as
cookie
opposed
stealer.
to, and I believe all the answers really are on the SIC report, and you can just pick which misrepresentation do you want to focus in on, the issues of independence or the factual issues. I think they're all fair game, but to narrow the scope of the work, the voluminous work that would be involved to narrow down all of it is, I think, also unfair to the JC. But I think you can narrow down the scope of which representations you want to focus on that seem to be the clearest and most and best defined in the SIC report itself. Thank you.
Is there a difference between independence and a lack of bias, or are those synonymous?
If it were me, I would say that there is. Independence is defined within the scope of the SIC report. Bias, on the other hand, is more general in this, and I do point this out in my reply brief regarding bias, whether there is where they actually use the term, the SIC report uses the term as for right, where they refer that there's the LNC response actually refers to
going
bias
on in the background of
as for bias. Both Ms. McCardle and Austin Padgett were solicited for interviews, but either declined or ignored such requests, meaning that the SIC's standard of bias is when a particularized issue would reasonably be expected to impair the objectivity of an individual's judgment. I put that in the page 4, top page 5 of my reply to the LNC response.
Dude, there's some noise going on in the background of your thing.
I would ask the respondent, does the respondent agree that Mr. Martin was silenced and not fairly allowed to bring his case to the
No.
I'm very glad you asked that a question. I would be happy to answer. As a result of the ethics policy we passed, one of the provisions provides that LNC members aren't allowed to basically publicly malign other members in public. And he did so publicly multiple times, was asked to retract his statements and said, and plainly refused to. And so a majority of the committee voted to censure because he was unrepentant about following the policy. I'm sure he disagrees with that interpretation of the policy, but I wrote the policy and he was in clear violation of it. It's pretty cut and dry. Like, we asked him to retract the statement multiple times and he did not. And so as a result, he was censured. It had nothing to do with him questioning the SIC report. It had to do with his conduct with respect to other members of the LNC, as well as council.
May I respond to that, sir?
No, this isn't about Austin.
I would ask appellant, I mean, there seems to be ample evidence of potential misconduct in terms of, well, I shouldn't say misconduct, ample evidence of potential bias or partisan action, possibly on both sides. How other than just relying on the procedural aspects and the political aspect of the LNC to hash this out, how is the Judicial Committee supposed to make determinations? I mean, we have to have we have to have hard evidence, documented evidence, beyond, mere, written statements about this. I was told this and I was told that. I mean, it just seems like a very difficult process, assuming we even have the authority to look into whether or not there was bias on this committee. I mean, the Roberts passages that I read say that there should be no bias, but they don't require it. So we'd have to find that requirement somewhere else. It's certainly different from misrepresentation. So assuming we could even find that requirement, how, from a practical standpoint, could the Judicial Committee, adjudicate it without taking testimony? I mean, it seems to me, on this Zoom call, both parties seem to be passionate and seem to be sincere. It's very difficult, without a trial to unravel this. So, I mean, what can we do besides just simply relying on the procedural aspects of this? That's to the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Charnoff. Let me jump in here and say that it is. I knew from the beginning that this was going to be a difficult issue for the JC because the report is voluminous by itself, and the task is to review it like if it was a list of charges that was done in past JC appeals, but this is different because this is two pages of charges versus 18,000 words on in very small print on basically 100 pages. That's a huge difference of work. So as I kept on reading these materials, I think let's first of all talk about authority, because I believe the respondent has taken the wise approach of saying, well, we're not bound by the statement of principles, so really, even if there is misrepresentation, so what? And he can correct me if I'm misrepresenting that. The point is that as I've communicated earlier, any misrepresentation found in the SIC report, and this isn't. I don't necessarily want to talk about minor issues of, oh, they misquoted a statute here. But they're relying heavily on this issue of independence. They're relying heavily on issues of practical issues regarding theft, right? When there's actual explanations, there are alternative explanations that they don't provide, but they certainly agree that one of the alternatives I provided is viable. Let's just say that. Pick one. Pick one of these issues that we all agree on, and then see if there is if the claim of misrepresentation can be supported, in other words, by the lack or the text itself. I think that's fair. I'm just trying to say we should at this point try to narrow the scope of what this analysis should look like. You want to call it a trial, like putting the SIC report on trial? Sure, but it is a process, and I think doing our best to narrow that.
They have yet to address that misrepresentation under the statement of principles covers this issue.
Because there is a significant debate that's being carried out outside of this hearing, whether the statement of principles is practical for a modern libertarian party, as well as the membership pledge that is based on that the membership pledge. Yeah, right. And so I hope that answers the question. I'm trying to keep it simple because I think the approach should be a
that debate is amongst your Republican / Libertarian cosplayers, Hector.
If I may,
no, Austin, no, you guys.
Again, I'm not sure
one guy speaking
what the JC
for the LNC
can do unless they're,
and then you've
it's
got
up to you.
These
I think
people dogpiling
to produce some hard evidence that shows that there was bias in the appointment or constitution of the SIC. So if you could provide some hard evidence that shows there's bias, like, and a misstatement of a statute may or may not be that. I mean, it depends on if it's a material misstatement of of the statute, or if it's just, mistaking an and for an or something like that. Or I don't know how you document like a destruction of evidence, but if you have something that can show that there is that there was an intentional bias to the Constitution or execution of the SIC, then it would still remain to be determined whether that could actually be litigated, because as I said before, the RONR clearly says that these are things that should happen, but don't bind the LNC to do them. So we would have to find that somewhere else.
Mr. Tom, you are correct.
Something to add.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes, you have a good point. And I believe there is direct evidence of bias in the form of statements by involved parties, multiple involved parties, that clearly demonstrate that bias. And I would refer you to my amicus, as well as Mr. Chatterton's amicus, which was just filed prior to this hearing, which goes into great detail about the evidence of that bias. But as was previously noted, bias is not itself a problem. Bias is evidence that goes to intention. So the standard here is not, I don't think you need a trial. You're not trying to prosecute fraud, right? What you're trying to do is determine whether or not this report, right, conforms with the principles of justice and fairness. So my suggestion is that you would treat it kind of like an appellate. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I can see that you're talking. I don't want to talk over you, but I can't hear you, sir.
No, I was not speaking. I was speaking to my son.
Oh, I'm sorry. So bias goes to intention. So what you do is look at this, in my opinion, like an appellate court. The evidence and the decision has already been made in the proverbial lower court. And now you're looking to see whether or not that decision conformed with the principles and the rules and the laws that govern our organization. And so in looking at that, when we look at whether or not there was misrepresentation, bias would be something that would indicate whether or not that misrepresentation is more likely than not intentional or unintentional, or whether or not there might be something to be gained would be another evidence that would go towards intention, right? We can't automatically know that, and I don't expect you guys to know that. We're not asking you to declare that they committed fraud. However, we are asking that we recognize a spade for a spade and call it what it is. The problem is that the SIC makes inconsistent statements. It lacks self-consistency. When it argues against itself and provides alternative explanations buried in the notes that conflict with the main assertions, that's a problem. But when you talk about evidence of bias, there has been a lot submitted, and worse than just evidence of bias. I submit to you that between the point of parliamentary inquiry, which I raised earlier, right, which is item, I think, number 15 in my appendix of my amicus, you can actually see the point of parliamentary inquiry. That is, yes, number 15. In that you can see that they avoid that question. And then later in the remarkable email thread, which is after that point of parliamentary inquiry, Stephen Nikela admits that before the SIC was passed, he had met with Sarwark and the Vest legal team and characterized that meeting by saying, "We all felt that the goals of the Vest suit had been achieved." So that statement is a direct statement of intent before the SIC's passage. Before we passed it, he already knew what the outcome would be and the effect that it would have on the Vest suit, and was negotiating with it ahead of time. It was a foregone conclusion. We don't know exactly how far in advance that meeting took place, and perhaps Mr. Nikela would like to shed some light on exactly when that meeting took place. Maybe that would help to clear up some details. I see his hand is up, so if nobody objects.
Okay. Mr. Nikela is fine with me.
Thank you very much, everybody. I just wanted to make it very clear that the meeting with Sarwark and the Beth's attorneys was in relation to the Beth versus LNC case that was just recently dismissed. Our attorneys from Ackerman were present. Mr. Hall was present. We simply listened. This was a discussion where they were at the time offering a settlement, and we simply listened, and we did not agree to the settlement terms. We heard what they had to say. We didn't offer anything. We didn't explain our legal strategy or have any discussions on whether or not their goals have been reached. What I meant by in the email to Mr. Sarwark that was published was that when I said that the goals of the Beth suit have been reached, what I mean is that they are moot, and that was essentially our argument in the dismissal of the suit, is that whatever goals they were seeking to reach have already either seemingly been achieved because Ms. McCardle had resigned from the committee. Therefore, there's nothing else to litigate, and the judge should dismiss the case, which they, of course, did. So that is what I meant when I meant that the goals of the Beth suit have been achieved. I just want to make that very clear.
I may reclaim and redirect.
There's
You
no
also
reclaiming and
discussed the
redirecting. You're
bar
not in the fucking
mooting one of
JC,
the
Austin.
requested relief, so the bar on McCardle's tenure would have been an effective thing that you were counting on. My only question is, what date did that conversation take place, Mr. Nikela?
It was months ago. I don't
August.
remember the exact date. This was, I believe, this was after the SIC had been adopted, because the LNC had voted that Ms. McCardle was unfit to serve as an officer of the organization, which I understand that the Beth legal team wished to, or Ms. Vest was attempting to litigate that the court should put in an injunction that she cannot serve as an officer of a nonprofit organization, which, quite frankly, I don't believe they have that authority. The court doesn't have the authority to bar somebody from serving on a nonprofit corporation, but certainly the LNC could say whether or not they believe somebody is fit to serve. We saw in the final dismissal what the judge had to say about that, but I'm not sure if that's neither here nor there.
In August.
Can I just interrupt you? Look, this is getting a little bit too much in the weeds for me. Mr. Martin, please, I would personally be very interested in seeing any evidence. I know I'll review. I have read your brief. I'll read it more carefully. But if you have any documented evidence, not merely, I was told this and they said that, but something in writing or recorded that clearly shows bias on the in either the Constitution or the execution of the SIC. I would be interested in seeing that, and I hope you will forward that if there is anything else. If there's anything of that nature that you can come up with. My last question to the appellants is, isn't this a bit of a tempest in a teapot? I mean, we're only talking about a censure here. It seems like a lot of Sturm and Drang over a censure. I mean, do you see any? I don't see any lasting effects. All it is a statement, or maybe two statements, that that the LNC doesn't like you, or like Ms. McCardle, and isn't this a bit of a tempest in a teapot? I mean, how much effort is it worth to argue with their opinion?
Go ahead, JJ.
If I may, I see a lot of things in the SIC report that are grossly inaccurate. And I think that that is where there is a problem. It's not so much just the censure, but it is the comments in the SIC report.
And they're allowed to do that, JJ. You know, people are allowed to do things you don't like.
Those things.
I know you're punishing me for that. Not that I care. But
statute,
you really do not like people disagreeing with you.
McCarthyist in nature, where they are trying to find some sort of a connection between something in. Let me put it this way: something improper between Ms. McCardo, between the fact that Ms. McCardo hired somebody who lived within a mile of her house, that was somehow improper, even though there's been absolutely no suggestion that that was in any way improper. There are a number of things like that in that report. I think if they would be, again, remanded and take another look, it might be a different matter.
Okay. I reiterate my request for any hard evidence, documented, written evidence, not just recounting of conversations that we could definitely hang our hat on, because I don't think we can actually conduct a trial to determine the truth of who's correct and who isn't. It's too difficult, and of course all of that assumes that we can even find that bias is in the construction, the Constitution or the execution of the SIC is actually even a basis for overturning any decision by the LNC.
No,
I yield my time.
committee was not unbiased, and the JC did not take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Turnoff. I was slated to be next. I have no questions for this round. I may have some later. Mr. Kinsella is not present, so we go to Mr. Stratt.
And comments, you guys got to read the live chat. Joseph Miller is rocking it. Oh, and I'm off the LPA feed. I need to see if there's any questions in there.
You don't appear to be muted, but we're not hearing anything.
Hello? Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it took a second for my condenser to warm up, I guess. Most of my questions have kind of been covered here. I would like to see what Mr. Latham says, so I'll yield my time to Mr. Latham.
All right. Alrighty, Mr. Latham.
All right. Just going through my notes. Mr. Martin, you mentioned that fraud and misrepresentation as used in the statement of principles are the same thing. So is that your position, that they're the same thing?
I would say that's a sloppy way to characterize it. They can be used colloquially, but misrepresentation is distinct from fraud. Fraud denotes intent. I believe in this case, it is the same thing, but that's based on the totality of the evidence and not a general statement of equivocation.
And maybe I need to clarify, just as used in the statement of principles, are fraud and misrepresentation the same thing?
Not necessarily. I think that fraud always involves misrepresentation, but misrepresentation does not always involve fraud, such as all ducks are birds, but not all birds are ducks.
Why do you think that, along with robbery and trespass, are in the statement of principles?
Because they inherently violate the core tenets of libertarianism. They inherently discredit and invalidate our ideology. These are prohibitions that we don't just seek to enforce on the government, but in fact, if there is a legitimate purpose of government, it would be to restrain that exact kind of behavior. And whether we agree on should that be private or should that be public, that is generally the province of the use of force, any kind of force, institutional force, physical force. And I believe that it's important in this case that we stay true to those principles because they are what protect us and separate us from the duopoly fraudsters. We don't have to be like them, and this is why.
And maybe and Mr. Martin, maybe I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Roos. I'll let him even come back on. Oh, he's even got his hand up. So I just pasted in that third paragraph of the statement of principles into the chat. It seems like the relevant part is that we're denying government to do certain things, but where governments exist, we support the prohibition of robbery, trespass, fraud, and misrepresentation. So I guess, and I am happy to let Mr. Martin continue. I didn't mean to cut him off in this discussion, but since Mr. Roos is the lead appellant, just continue the conversation.
I will.
Does it extend beyond governments being in the statement of principles for our purposes on the Judicial Committee, Mr. Roos?
Yes, 100%. We have the reason why these rules exist is for us to create a libertarian society. Any society is based on mutual trust. So whenever you have any of those, the long laundry list there that are prohibitions and nasties that are in the statement of principles, you have the violation that occurs hurts that trust in the society and contributes to a breakdown of society. And then, of course, all that's left in terms of recourse is violence. That's how we got there. 100%. That is how we got there.
That didn't answer the question.
The reason why, if you heard an earlier question about what's the big deal here, it's that trust. It is that trust. We have a prominent member of the party there's a chilling effect from the cause of this SIC report and its resolutions toward everybody to work with Angela McArdle. There's an error regarding whether the LNC will pursue legal action against her, because that's what the SIC report authorizes. So yes, there is a lot here to unpack, and this is a conversation that's been brewing for. We're 9 months. We're 10 months in, frankly, from the start of all this conversation and these allegations. So yes, we have to start from somewhere in terms of returning to that point of trust, and
Okay,
I hope the JC can does the right thing,
what
so
Bruce
we can actually have
is wherever you go, there you are. He didn't answer the question.
Kick it back to Mr. Did you have anything to add to that?
If it's okay, sir. Yes. I would just add that the
You're
prohibition on fraud,
it's
for
extremely
instance,
unfair
is not something that we
there's
only
three
prohibit
people who get
spheres,
three
but
bites
that
of the
if there is
apple,
a government
and
fraud
the
in general
LNC
in the
decided to
society ought to be
respect
prohibited.
the JC's
If
time
that's
and
the
have just
position that
one
we
person
hold, then
speaking.
it holds true that in this governance
It's
board,
different having
arguably,
people
that it
speak,
should also apply.
dividing
and that
time
if we do
in
not
the
uphold
intro,
that principle,
but all
that
three
it
should not
severely
be
injures the
answering
party's
questions.
reputation and
This
public
is
image. And to
absolutely
echo what Mr. Roos
ridiculous
said
and
about the
abuse of the
significance of this,
process.
we're talking about potential, not just potential legal liability, but real jeopardy from
Steve
several
or
different
Jonathan
angles,
should be
because
getting
this
in
SIC
and
report is not
objecting
narrow.
here. This
it
is
focuses on
not
people who
proper.
are now, like Mr. Kennedy, who is in the administration, and provides a vector of attack and useful idiocy for us to be tools in political attacks from the establishment based on our sloppiness. We need to do better.
Okay, and I did hear Mr. Jacobs wanted to be heard. I see Mr. Roos, your hand is up, presumably on his behalf.
3-1 is just, this is so
yes,
inequitable.
From a purely procedural perspective, yes, the Article 3, Section 1 has brought the statement of principles into binding force within the entire Libertarian Party, including the LNC, including the Judicial Committee, frankly. It is now one of, by virtue of that clause.
But even if it did
something that
on its own, it has to do with government.
Tether the statement of principles to the party,
to the ideology of
I'm
the
gonna
party.
Get a little. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs, and everybody. I'm going to get maybe a little existential, ideological here. I'll start with you, Mr. Roos. Just asking this hypothetical. So an LNC member robs another LNC member, and by rob, I mean one hypothetical member takes possession of the property from another hypothetical member, from that member's person or in that member's presence, by violence or by putting that member in fear. Does this Judicial Committee have the authority to fashion a remedy or do anything else to make whole the wronged LNC member?
No.
I believe it's there has to be an LNC action in which the appeal an appeal can be made to. So you have not described to me an LNC action.
How would the LNC address that? Like, what authority would the LNC have to address that?
Removal, but they
Possibly
couldn't do that
removal
for
of the
regional
person in question,
representatives.
the trial, and essentially the disciplinary action that can be appealed to the JC.
Okay, but the LNC can remove or suspend a member for a lot of things, right? At least it's got to have cause, right? So isn't that, let's stop there. Let's make it too complicated.
If you're talking about what the cause is, as we've debated this issue at length for the last year, yeah, whatever
the cause can be beyond robbery, right?
Right. Yes, there's many causes that can apply to a disciplinary action.
Okay, so maybe changing a hypothetical then. An hypothetical LNC member interferes with the property of another member. You would say this by the same token, this judicial committee has the authority to fashion a remedy or do something to make whole that wronged LNC member who has been trespassed against by another LNC member?
Make whole as in return property or order someone to return property. I think Mr. Krawchuk had said earlier that, and I agree with what he said, that it's the limitation is just voiding the LNC action. That's all the JC has available to it under the bylaws.
So
you're not voiding the action.
Or not voiding the action, of course. Thank you, JJ.
Help me out here, just so we're all clear. Not void the action. So the LNC would authorize some kind of trespass against another member, and by not voiding it, the LNC is, I guess, participating in that.
For argument's sake, the JC has faced this sort of situation, that sort of scenario before, so I know why it comes to mind. Where particularly like litigation in Michigan, where who owns what and who's disturbing what process, that could have been appealed to the JC under the same kind of reasonings.
Not our, you don't mean our the national JC?
I mean the national JC.
Yes.
Well, yes, the LNC had authorized action in the past against a group that had been claiming, whether it's like Virginia or some other group in Michigan or some other group in any other state.
Okay, so we're not really challenging the Michigan affiliate. The challenge was to what the LNC did in reference to that Michigan.
Right. That's the LNC action that could be appealed, and then the JC would consider it and either take no action or voiding the action.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Jacobs, while you're here, I'm just also going to paste into the chat. This is section 43.
I'm on a phone.
I'll send it
well, but I think because you have just an encyclopedic knowledge of our parliamentary authority, I'll just reference it's 4321, refraining from attacking a member's motives. And I'm just going to ask you, is there a better way, in mindful of that language, is there a better way for a party member to make a complaint about a factual dispute over the veracity of an action of the LNC without calling it misrepresentation, without calling it fraud, in a way that comports with that language from the party's parliamentary authority?
Well, no, I'm familiar with that. I just looked up what you referred to. And there is, however, a very important exception. And I'm just going to get it for you if you give me a second.
I'm starving. I need food. This is wearing me out.
Yeah.
Next time I want to cover a JC hearing, like, send someone over to kick my ass.
Let's see.
I got to be up at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Not that it's late here, but this is just wearing me out. I'm too old for this shit. While we're waiting, Please support my sponsor, Sean
No, there
Dempsey.
is a rule about a
Great
motion
libertarian
that
author.
could not be introduced. It's actually 39.7. There is a rule about introducing things that could not be stated in debate, such as attacks of a member's character. However, that is except, it notes beginning at that, except in the case of a motion to censure or a motion for disciplinary procedures.
My husband's coming home
So
soon,
in those
so
cases,
this isn't a
where there
disciplinary
would be something,
procedure,
you
JJ.
could actually look at a member's
Why are you giving this guy so much
character
time
or
to drone
motives.
on?
Be it unnecessarily harsh or whatever, that would be considered.
Okay, thank you. And are those exceptions at play here in this appeal?
They could very well be, since we are talking about something that is a claimed violation of the rules.
So any alleged violation of the rules allows people to call others frauds, liars, you're misrepresenting, and not be out of order?
And Soros paid people.
Misrepresentation probably may actually be in order under normal cases.
No, you
I would probably allow it if I were chair.
Good thing you're not.
May be a slightly different standard. But there would be certain circumstances where you would be talking about something that would be dealing with a motion to censure or a motion relating to disciplinary procedures, which this kind of is, that may require looking into the motives of the person. It may require citing. I personally don't do it. But
bullshit. You said
I would not say it was necessarily
me getting the candidate on the ballot was
and I see Mr. Roos's hands up, Mr. Roos.
Equivalent and enormity to a Penn State pedophilia scandal.
The rules exist to keep a healthy and productive society together and cohesive. The fact that we call member here is LNC members. And Angela McCardle had resigned, and when there is a conflict on the board, that is an option that Ron prefers, as opposed to what we've seen. So I just wanted to point that out, as we may lose focus on that sometimes.
Yeah, I personally would not.
Dude, you were not recognized, JJ.
I would personally not find
recognized
saying that another member had misrepresented something to be out of order.
Okay. And Mr. Martin, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I think there's a couple of very important distinctions. If we were having a discussion about a motion to, thank Thomas Massey, and I criticized someone's motives in the middle of a proceeding that's not about that, right? That would be out of order. But if somebody brought a motion saying, or some kind of instrument saying that there was a misrepresentation, that is not out of order. That is not what that applies to. And so in a situation where misrepresentation is the focus of the question, it necessitates our ability to look into those things. Otherwise, we're saying that misrepresentation is completely off the table and that lies are okay, right? Which we know that they're not. There has to be a way to bring the truth into scope and to do so appropriately. So these rules are designed to prevent improper attacks on the motive. And I want to make an analog here that's really important, because I'm sure there's a situation that comes to mind that's already been mentioned. Mr. McGee incorrectly characterized my statements, my public statements about the SIC. I was not attacking the members or any particular person. I was attacking the language of a self-refuting proposition. I had a screenshot of the SIC report's statement on independence, and I said, this is straight up fraud, publicly on my personal X account, which had very few followers. And they decided to immediately censure me, or attempt to do so. He incorrectly stated that they did. It actually did not pass. They had to come back again later. But what I said was true. And I did actually consult with a lawyer to make sure that I was within my rights to do so before I said, no, I'm not going to comply with the request to take this down. Because it's true. That is a misrepresentation of fact, and it's self-evident from the proposition itself. And so I'm characterizing the language as being one of intentional misrepresentation. It has a meaning and it's proper to use it. but I did not during a meeting, during a debate, raise, he's, trying to commit fraud and trick you guys, right? That would be an out of order attempt to wrongly attack the motives of a speaker or a member in a parliamentary setting. And so I would submit that this rule is kind of a non sequitur in this situation, sir, respectfully.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Want to return back to Mr. Jacobs. You've advised many other organizations using our parliamentary authority. I imagine those organizations have created investigatory committees. They populated those investigatory committees with the members of that organization. Does our parliamentary authority require any member from an organization participating in an investigatory committee to be independent?
No, it says that they are supposed to be selected for good judgment, but that good judgment, let me get you the actual quotation on that. See, I have the book in front of me, I can just flip through it. Because this actually did come up at one thing, in one case. Let's see. Okay. It says that the committee should be known for its integrity and good judgment. I think that is the assessment of that is in the eyes of the people that are selecting that committee.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about it being independent. That is another standard that would be existing in law.
Okay, and that was actually getting in my next question. Does our parliamentary authority define what constitutes independence?
No.
Okay. Mr.
Independence
Rushi.
is not a standard. That independence would have to be done as it was used in this case, and for the purpose of this was to have an independent investigatory committee under the auspices of DC statute. So that's where you would have to look for what constitutes independence and what does not constitute independence.
Okay, Mr. Rushi, you have your hand up.
Yes, just responding with what Mr. Jacob just said regarding independence. The SIC report contains its reference to what it refers to when it means independence, and we take them at their word. That's what they mean, because that's what's the plain language, and that's why the analysis of why we believe they're misrepresented their independence, including an admission of a conflict of interest as what it is.
I can to add to that, say, since we are talking about what the DC courts have said, the initial case, the initial SIC report was rejected, if I recall correctly.
No, you do not recall correctly.
That committee was not independent.
No,
and they had determined that there were certain that, for example, one person was a patron of something that Ms. McCardle did, or was a contributor, and that was sufficient to say that it was not independent.
Right.
All right. And then, so I guess, thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. McGee for the LNC. Same question that I asked the petitioner. Is fraud and misrepresentation as used in the statement of principles the same thing?
I don't believe so, no.
And why is that?
Well, in the one instance, there's the implication of certain actions being taken in the one sense, and in the other sense, there is also a sense similar to fraud, but slightly different, and with potentially different contexts, depending on what the supposed act being described is.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I believe that is all I have for this round. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. That concludes the first round of questioning. We will now move to rebuttal 5 minutes each. First, the appellants.
Okay.
Well, you want to let me say a few words, and then JJ will follow up with me. I'll be fast. There is there's a question here, of course, of fairness, but there's really overall these facts that are various facts are in dispute. The lack of alternatives to describe what's occurred over the last year or the year of in question that was under investigation. Put it to you this way: something that doesn't get said enough is that the fortunes of the LNC were in decline. Ms. McCardle, as chair of the LNC, took her actions to buoy those fortunes, and did so successfully. And the one of the few fundraising programs that was active throughout that year of the investigation was this relationship with this vendor, Freedom Calls. And no other.
It wasn't Freedom Calls that brought money in. It was
was coming in.
RFK
there was no other
Jr.
real explanation given
agreement
in the LNC,
of questionable
by the
legality
LNC as to where else was funds coming in, because there really weren't any other fundraising staff or contractors doing that type of work that you could point
Chuck,
to them for.
I just disagree.
And frankly, if
I believe in proportionality, and I think
that staff was being paid,
I think the way
to
this
do
is.
so, was
I'm not happy at all with the way that this, not the facts is going. I'm just concentrating on procedure.
So we're talking, and the
people
cost
just get to raise their hands and jump
line,
and that just shouldn't be allowed. It's 3 on 1, and that's just not equitable.
So we're having a conversation here about. Want to make sure we're having the right conversation here about where is the fairness here when we're having to justify all this effort regarding some confusion regarding about what actually happened for fundraising in the Libertarian Party over this period of time. And I'll leave the rest to JJ. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to, and this will be short, I will yield back the time after I'm finished.
There's no yielding. Oh my God.
There was an attempt to rescind this committee report. The comments on it were basically, and I am paraphrasing, why people voted against rescission was, we don't have anything else. Not, this was a good report. Not, we did a really good job. It was, gee, this is all we got. It is a good report. That's not a ringing endorsement for this report. This is something that does need to be sent back to the LNC so that they can do a good job. I'll yield back my time.
He's so dislikable.
If I may.
Yeah, your time.
You still have 2 minutes.
I think it's really important here to recognize that the key thing hinges on
to call Wayne for more
misrepresentation is something that we can knowingly allow. And it's that knowingly part that's the biter. We're not talking about accidental mistakes. We're talking about substantive issues that it was the job of the SIC to get to the bottom of it. And we outside are able to piece together enough to show that that's total nonsense. And we need answers. And then we go and try to find them, and there's no evidence. And as far as destruction of evidence goes, there's a broad pattern, not just destruction of evidence, but concealment in general. The idea that this is an open process, that we can all look at this report and have answers as to what happens, is kind of ridiculous. The misrepresentations are self-evident, meaning they're there in the report. You don't even need anything outside the report to show that the report is not accurate in a way that's embarrassing and damaging to us. The refusal to correct it is a problem. And the fact that it has dire legal implications and dire political implications, and potentially larger implications than anyone realizes.
Campaign fundraising for an opponent who wasn't a member of the Libertarian Party has dire legal consequences.
Perhaps misleading legal arguments to the court to do it, and we were blocked from even talking about it. It's all directly related to this process. Those are, at first glance, not the same thing, but there is a direct relationship going on here between some of the litigating parties, some of the LNC members, the SIC members, it's not appropriate. There needs to be a proper separation of conflicts of interest. We need people who are not on all sides
Speaking
of
of
the
conflicts
transaction.
of interest,
We talk about direct evidence.
Angela
I mean, it's
removed
abundant.
Austin
There's
Padgett from
hundreds
her
of
conflicts
statements
of
of intent
interest.
from before the SIC was formed by SIC members.
Come on. Come on.
Sorry, Mr.
You're
Seebeck,
looking at me.
were you interrupting me?
You're at time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. McGee?
Well, thank you, Mr. Seebeck. Well, it's clear that Mr. Martin is not a big fan of mine. However, I would like to agree with Mr. Roos's statements about concealment and the convictions of Mr. Martin that we need to get this right, and that somehow the evidence isn't out there. Again, I will reiterate my point from my opening statement. The SIC made its decision based on the evidence it had, and the non-participation of Ms. McCardle and her domestic partner directly contributed to any gaps we have in our evidence. Again, recommendation 3 of the SIC report advises the LNC to continue seeking that documentation, none of which has been produced to date. And to remind everyone of the primary events that triggered all of this all started very much in mid-July or mid-2023 with the hiring of Ms. McCardle's domestic partner as a fundraising contractor, essentially. And she did not disclose the committee that Mr. Padgett was in fact her domestic partner. And that caused a lot of consternation on the committee. And as a result, the contract was allowed to go through. But as a result, a policy manual amendment was passed specifically to prevent anything like this happening again. And so a few months later, the contract is renewed, but it's basic, but Ms. McCardle was told basically point blank. So at that point in time, Mr. Padgett had been listed as on Ms. McCardle's list of conflicts of interest. However, once the contract was terminated, Ms. McCardle then removed Mr. Padgett from her conflicts of interest, and then, using her authority as the executive director, entered into a contract with, or some sort of agreement with Freedom Calls without the consent of the LNC. Again, this is all public record, and certainly at this point, even the exhibits presented by Mr. Roos show that Ms. McCardle herself has confessed that Mr. Padgett was in fact directly involved with the activities of Freedom Calls. To me, that's pretty cut and dry. What you want to call it, have at you, duty. I'm not calling it embezzlement. And for the record, the word embezzlement doesn't even appear in the SIC report. Speaking of misrepresentation, the attempts by the petitioners to grossly misrepresent my argument and the report, quite frankly, have gotten a little out of hand. But, they're free to characterize things the way they want to. They have First Amendment rights, so be it. But I would like to set the record straight on that. And then moving to the relief requested number 3, the controls that were introduced to better our practices with regards to financial oversight and managing conflicts of interest, all of those motions that were passed in Grand Rapids and the following meeting could technically fall under the motions that would be voided if you were to grant the third relief requested, which would be significantly outside the scope of just the SIC report itself. And quite frankly, I think that would probably be a bridge too far, but certainly it's not for me to judge. I yield back my time.
I wish the phrase yield back time would die in a fire. It's not something that's in parliamentary
same order
authority.
as before.
In our
Again, Mr.
parliamentary
Montoni
authority.
is not here. Mr. Krawchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have one. It keeps coming back to it. Mr. Martin, twice you've said that evidence has been destroyed, and twice Mr. McGee has said it has not. Can you give me one example, or maybe two, of what was destroyed? And Mr. McGee, could you respond telling him whether it was or wasn't?
Sure. Kixie call audit data. Where's the Kixie call audit data?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The Kixie call audit data.
Okay.
It's
Mr. McGee?
I was not involved in any part of that, so I can't tell you one way or the other where it is, but certainly I would imagine staff would be able to handle any such request.
Wait. Was it or wasn't it? Was it or wasn't it destroyed? You said nothing was destroyed. Now you're saying you don't know?
I'm saying I have no, to my knowledge, nothing has been destroyed. But I'm also was not the one involved in the Kixie audit data.
You also said the SIC report didn't use the word embezzlement.
Did it? No, that's not evidence being destroyed. But Mr. McGee, is that true? Hello? Mr. McGee, are you with us?
I'm sorry, I must have missed your question.
Oh, well, he just mentioned that embezzlement was mentioned in the report.
I don't think it is.
I will double check that right now. I will control F embezzlement.
Okay. While he's doing that,
no results found. No, sorry, no results found.
Okay.
Well, if I'm mistaken on that, then you have my sincere.
Mr. Martin, why did you say that then? You know, I'm hearing stuff on both sides. It's just not true.
Before I fact check Mr. McGee on the spot here, because I'm pretty sure that in the one of the motions or in the report itself that the word is used at some point, but I could be mistaken on that. But it's an understandable mistake for someone to make because the report is designed to lead the reader to a legal conclusion that embezzlement occurred, and that is why the entire internet calls Miss McArdle embezzle. So I think it's a reasonable mistake for someone to make off the cuff.
We will forgive you this time, maybe. All right. Evidence. What other evidence was destroyed?
Sure. Aside from Kixie call audit data, there are lots of records that I've requested that have not been provided and that I've been told I just can't have or that I can't get. And so these would include things like communications between various members that would pertain to these events.
So it wasn't destroyed. Hello? Hello?
I think Mr. Martin's having interconnection problems.
I would too. I'm hearing stuff on both sides. It's just easily refutable by the other side. I'm not hearing people being straight up honest here. It sounds like a bunch of libertarians arguing with each other, making up stuff.
It certainly does. But I'll tell you what's not
in the report.
going to be true. It's whatever's in the SIC report itself, because it reads for itself. And what it doesn't, it doesn't actually, it does not provide any copies of. It provides a limited snapshot of data that's available to it. And we're supposed to just take it completely at its word, as is. Like, so in other words, there's a bunch of conclusions in the SIC report with not a lot of facts to support it. So that's all I'm here to talk about.
I need to interrupt everybody.
Easy.
Hold it, everybody, please.
Easy. Thank you.
Martin, hold it, please. Mr. Martin dropped, so we're going to pause until we can get back in.
Recording stopped.
I'm not going to continue this hearing without all the parties who are arguing present.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Says he's in the waiting room joining. All right, Mr. Martin, can you hear us again?
I can. I apologize for that interruption. I had to switch devices.
One moment, please.
Recording in progress.
Okay, please resume.
I apologize. I feel like there have been attempts to basically. Oh yeah, by the way, I was told by staff that the Kixie call audit data was destroyed and that it was no longer available. So it feels like I've encountered this problem with every single inquiry that I'm making. Is either it's not available, it's not there, and anytime that I reach the bottom of it, it's a dead end. There's documentation that, like, there's a question about some of the documents that they produced from some of the Porter reporting that they never went and verified on their own. But
There were some questions. What's innuendo? Why are you using innuendo now? Why don't you just say what it was?
Like, for instance, on the which form is that specifically? I'm forgetting the name of it. The one with the signature that doesn't match Mr. Paget. That's a really significant detail that would directly go to ownership. And our questions.
She doesn't deny he owns it. She doesn't deny he owns it.
We're not able to actually, like, get any answers out of anybody about that, or about how we came to the conclusions that we did. And we just heard Mr. McGee argue and tell us that they reached those conclusions by interpreting silence as guilt. And I think that's a real problem.
He did not say that.
Like, there are ways to investigate this and be thorough and get answers to these questions, but I'm not in control of this train. It's these guys. And so if we can't answer the questions that are, like, basic to this, that should have happened in the SIC itself, and they're hiding all of this
JC
to shut me down. I mean, what else do? We come here because the rules have failed. The methods of accountability, the safeguards have failed, all of them. We're seeing tremendous power abuses. I'm getting regularly. I'm sorry, I don't hear you, but I see you're talking.
Yeah, no, I not looking for that kind of thing. It's just I share your concerns. I'm not getting the answers. I'm getting contradictory answers from both sides here, and I'm in the same position. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, sir, I would encourage you. In my amicus, I filed it with an extensive list of emails and exchanges where each of us, in our own words, go over this controversy. I've characterized
I read it
as nicely as possible, and while it's dense, I'll let Mr. Hector speak to it, since I feel like it's obvious. We have destruction of evidence that should be enough. It's happened. It's there. It shouldn't have happened. I don't know what more I would need to say.
Mr. Chair, I am done. More ways than one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krawchuk. On to Mr. Tarnoff.
Sorry, I'm scrolling Twitter and stuff because I need something.
Okay.
This is going on too long.
I forgot to ask before of the appellant. Are there any procedural issues that we should be considering?
If that wasn't stated in their appeal, and I remember in the RFK Jr. appeal, because there was a certain policy manual provision that Tony D'Orazio did not mention, you said it could not be brought up now. Maybe not you as in Blay. When I say you, I mean the JC.
Yes, adoption of the SIC report, or notice of meetings, or improper voting, anything. Are there any procedural issues that we should consider? I did note that there was one sort of offhandedly mentioned in the petition, but I didn't really see much of a basis. So I was wondering, is there any procedural issue here?
Yes,
anywhere?
I did expand on that in reply to the LNC response brief, just to say that the rule is the rule is, well, first of all, the motion to adopt the SIC report was being considered as an original main motion. So it literally did have to follow the policy manual requirement for previous notice. In doing so, to satisfy that previous notice, you have to mention it in the minutes, and in regards to how they did that, they put it in the previous meeting's minutes. But this was the extension of or the continuation meeting that went to that Sunday before. And so it did end up in those minutes, only to say that as a note or report from April, so the previously continued meeting, if it sounds convoluted, it is, that
I'm sorry, could you just clarify what do you say required previous notice? You say there was a lack of previous notice of something.
Of the motion to adopt the.
What is that, and what is your support for the requirement that it must be previously noticed?
It's treated as an original main motion, meaning that it's been brought up in the LNC is not obliged to simply take a vote to adopt the SIC report. Instead they could just receive it as is. But because there's recommendations there for actions, they decided they did adopt it through a motion, because there are actions that are recommended there that go beyond what was even asked for it to be, what the authorizing original motion or main motion was. So in other words, by doing so, they treated it like an original main motion. I don't think there's any disagreement from the respondent on this, on whether the motion to adopt the SIC report was an original main motion. And they certainly were trying their best to follow policy manual 1.02.1, which requires original main motions to either be announced at a prior session with their purport entered into the minutes or circulated with complete text by email at least 5 days before the meeting. So that's where I'll pause there for a moment. So to my understanding, they entered the purport of this report or motion to adopt the motion to adopt the SIC report in the May 17, 2025 LNC meeting minutes. That they put it there, and that this is what it's considered announcing the intention in the previous session. However, the argument here is that the previous session requirement was not met because it is this party's tradition to consider the LNC business list as a new session between regularly scheduled monthly meetings. The LNC's business list meets basically the duck test logic for the definition of a new session. And I say that as not simply in regards to the Ronner standard, but because Ronner does not provide or the authorization for email ballots in the way that the LNC behaves. So it's authorized by bylaw to have email ballots. So the LNC, by operation of its bylaws, creates this new session. This is nothing that hasn't been discussed before regarding this issue of sessions using the email list has come up before. So if they were going to satisfy the previous notice requirement in the policy manual, they would have had to put it. They would be basically announcing what's the next session. Well, it's the email list ballot, so you're going to move it to an email ballot. Instead, they wait a week and they say we're going to have this special meeting the next Sunday.
I'm not quite following. What are you claiming? Are you saying that original main motions all require previous notice?
That is policy manual 1.02.1.
It has since been changed.
It has since been changed, but that was the requirement.
The requirement was that there had to be prior notice.
Yes.
Per okay, I noted in Roberts, not sure if I can find it quickly, but there seems to be a difference between prior notice and the notice with regard to special meetings. Let me just find the special meetings.
I'm going to call Wayne. I need something to drink.
Notice requirement of special meetings. 916, the requirement that business transacted at a special meeting be specified in the call should not be confused with the requirement that previous notice of a meeting be given. Is that what's happening here? Are you saying that because this was the call of a special meeting that that there should be prior notice, or are you basing it on something in the procedure manual that existed at the time but no longer exists, which I don't have access to?
The latter. And it's in that language is both in the appeal brief and the respondent's response. You're right.
I don't recall it in the appeal brief, but
the latter.
It might be.
This is the call to the call to a meeting.
It's
is
hard to read
the
AI generated
motion
items.
being noticed for original main motion being having the pre-note prior notice. Of that answer the question.
Okay, no. So I'm going to put it just for my notes here. What number did you say that was under the procedure manual?
It says section 1.02.1. It's been JJ was amended what, 2 months ago? Month ago?
August.
Okay.
Amended in August. Okay.
This was.
If somebody could send me a copy of that, original language, because all I have is the current procedural manage. I think. Oh, wait a minute. No, mine actually says that it was last edited.
Because they haven't updated the website.
It says effective date, March 12th, 2025.
I know,
so it should
they
be
don't
in here.
update the website.
1.02.1.
They don't update the website.
This is the same previous notice requirement, which was resulted in the chair voiding the two related or appertent resolutions. Mr. McGee,
I've looked at this before, and I don't see how this applies. It says an LNC member may satisfy the requirement of giving previous notice, by XXX, and then it says previous notice is not required unless specified by the party bylaws or its parliamentary authority. So where can you point to where in the party bylaws or Roberts previous notice is required for this?
This is just going on way too long
type of,
on a point
motion.
That when they never mind.
So your question is not about the policy manual, but what's the requirement in the bylaws themselves?
Well, the policy manual. Have I got the right thing here? It says 1.02 meetings. Sub 1, previous notice. And it starts, an LNC member may satisfy the requirement of previous notice of their intention to introduce an original main motion at the next session by, okay? But that just says if there is a requirement, then this is how they satisfy it. The final sentence of this section says previous notice is not required unless specified by the party bylaws or its parliamentary authority. So I'd like to know if this is the only procedural issue, where in the party, what is the basis in the party bylaws or or Roberts for requiring previous notice for this main motion?
There is a Rana requirement. One moment. And if you want to skip ahead, it's in. I put this in the original appeal brief on page 21 and 22. One moment. Let me get you that Roberts citation. Let's see. It looks like 1047.
I have the original one is section 1.02.
Right. No, we're asking about the when an incidental main motion is converted to an original main motion in Rana. We're looking for the Rana reference. I think it's 1040.
You won't find one. You will find a definition of what constitutes an original and an incidental main motion, and you will find that on page. I think it's. Excuse me. It'll be on. I think it's 10. Yeah. Yeah, you'll find that in 10:4.
Well, let me get my Rana open.
An incidental main motion.
Yeah. Just I must disclose this. We're in disagreement on this point. So sure. That's
where does it require, where does this in 10.4, does it mention prior notice?
Well, that was required for original main motions in the rule, but it did not apply to incidental main motion. This was an original main motion.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying 10.4 is irrelevant to the question?
10.4 determines what is an original and an incidental main motion, so it's not irrelevant because the things only apply to original main motions.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the policy manual. Policy manual says previous notice. You're complaining that there was no previous notice, right?
Or insufficient.
Or it was insufficient. It says previous notice is not required, if I'm reading the right policy manual, unless specified by the party bylaws or its parliamentary authority. So I'd like to know where in the party bylaws or the parliamentary authority it states that previous notice is required for this motion.
I'm not certain that that's the correct one. Let me see if I can take a look at this.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but if you can find that and send it to me.
Let me see if I can take a look at it. Let's see. That's 810. I need to see if I can find an earlier one, and I can't. Let's see. Okay, I have a copy of it here. Now, at the time, section 1.02. Okay. I need to see, it helps to see the text when you're looking at it. The party bylaws may require notice for special meetings, and they may require the gist of what is in there, but I wanted to see something else. Let's see. Yeah. An LNC member may satisfy the requirements for giving previous notice of their intention to introduce an original main motion by announcing this at the previous session when a quorum is present, or sending the complete language of the motion out there. you are required to give previous notice of a motion for a special meeting. This was a special meeting.
Okay, you're
That's
ignoring
covered.
you're ignoring the last sentence.
That
You're
is
ignoring the last sentence here. It says previous notice is not required. Do you see that? It says previous notice is not required unless specified by the party bylaws or its parliamentary
it
authority.
is specified in the parliamentary authority.
Right.
And it says what this notice is required. 1 and 2
Fair.
refer to what constitutes the notice. The final thing it is required in the parliamentary authority is
Where?
I put the parliamentary notes 1047 and 1052.
I also think it's 9:6. I think it is 9:15 and 9:16.
Nine. What was the last one?
9:15 and 9:16.
60.
9:15, 9:15 and 9:16.
Okay. Let me look that up.
Okay, 1047. If previous notice is given at a meeting, it can be given orally, unless the rules require.
That's
That if previous this is not a requirement. This does not specify a requirement that a particular type of motion must have previous notice. And you said 10.
You have to give previous. You do have to give previous notice for motions that are happening at or that are going to take place at a special meeting.
And it's original main motion. That's
An
1052.
original main motion.
You mentioned 1047 and 1052, and
Okay, well,
right? And I just read 1047, which does not confer any requirement to give previous notice. It just says that on how you give previous notice.
Right.
And 1052, I don't see how it mentions notice at all. Are you sure you had the right number here?
Yeah, 9:15 does.
Let me go there.
Okay, and we mentioned 9:15 before.
Transacted at a special meeting that is that which has been specified in the call of the meeting. This describes what has to be in there in order to qualify for that notice. It basically supersedes that requirement in 9:15 and makes it a little bit more made it I should say a little bit more stringent.
Okay, you're saying that because this was a special meeting, the only business that can be transacted is that which has been specified in the call of the meeting.
Yes, and it has to be it has to be the things required for previous notice in section 1.02. If this if 9.16, 9 sub 16 says that the requirement that business transacted at a special meeting can be specified in the call should not be confused with a requirement that previous notice of a motion be given. So I don't see any requirement in Roberts or the bylaws that would require previous notice. So look at the first line of section 1.
I don't see any. I don't see your procedural objection here. So, is there any other procedural objection?
Yeah, actually, there would be. Because
what is that?
There would be, and that was that when the motion, and since you've asked for any kind of procedural problem, when the motions were made at the special meeting, there was no debate permitted. Debate should only be limited by a 2/3 vote. But no debate was permitted.
How did they prevent it?
The chair said, "I'm not going to permit you to debate."
Okay. I don't know if I mean, there are. If the chair acts improperly, there are disciplinary rules regarding how to handle that. Were those employed?
May I? Yes. Systematically, all of the safeguards failed, and the committee failed to uphold the rules of order entirely in this situation. Mr. Chatterton and myself made vehement objections, calling for debate, trying to appeal the ruling of the chair. We were being ruled as dilatory and out of order. Is that the meeting that we were thrown out of? I can't recall if that was the one that we got thrown out of or if we were just being muted regularly. But the abuse of the power of the chair and the factionless majority is something that, it's hard to stand up to, and it sucks. Just being frank with you guys.
Is that characterization reflected in the minutes or in a recording or something else?
It is certainly reflected in the recording. As far as the minutes, I do not believe the minutes accurately characterize the objections. But I believe that there are records that reflect that objections were made and were basically steamrolled. So no debate was allowed, because even after the SIC was made public and it was no longer protected and could be discussed, they had ruled that we'd already debated it in executive session. And when I raised this objection, they said, well, we can go back into executive session, which at that point would have been inappropriate. And our resistance to not going into executive session was then interpreted as not wanting debate. Actually, if nobody objects, I would love it if Mr. Chatterton wanted to say something about this. He probably remembers this meeting pretty well.
Yes, I would ask the respondent if the characterizations of what happened in the meeting are correct.
Unfortunately, I was not present for that meeting.
So nobody on the respondent side can say one way or the other whether that characterization.
Would you permit Chair Nikela to characterize his side of the events?
If he was present.
I'm trying to remember which specific meeting are we talking about? Is this the second time we voted on the sick adoption?
The 9th.
June 9th, the
first meeting.
Yes, where you guys went into lengthy executive session.
Okay, so
I think the question was coming out of executive session, was debate limited, to your recollection?
I don't believe debate was ever limited. I think that whatever we do as a body. So the rights of members are always being respected. If the body deliberated in executive session and then moved on to a vote, that's of course appropriate per honor. That's how the meeting is run. Nobody is everybody gets their turn to debate and to make motions and to say what they want to say. But ultimately it's up to the body to choose how they wish to move forward. So people may have opinions on more time, less time, et cetera, but it's ultimately up to the body at the end of the day to decide how we move forward. My job is to just facilitate the body's wishes.
Okay. I didn't realize that Mr. Martin was speaking of the first meeting. I'm not sure that procedural problems with the first meeting have anything to bear on this hearing. Were there any procedural issues with regard to the second? I don't know if it was a hearing, but the second SIC report adoption, because the first is not relevant, right?
I don't recall any procedural issues, and again, I'll say that the rights of every member are, of course, respected. There may be differences of opinion as to, and I don't recall specifics, but whether something should have more time or whether or not something should be voted on.
Martin.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yes, my comments refer actually to both. Debate was limited on both occasions inappropriately, and in the first, I would say, is important because we did not actually rescind the SIC on that day. That is the adoption that still is in place. Mr. Bowler and Mr. Nikela worked together to attempt to cure some of the appertinent motions, but I don't recall them doing the same thing with the report itself. So I would just point out that what happened on the first meeting is extremely relevant to this, but that pattern was not limited to the first meeting. Debate has been regularly stifled, and not always by a consenting vote of the body, but oftentimes by inappropriate tactics. And this is a pattern that I go into great detail in my amicus. I know it's a little dense, but each reference on there shows a documented occurrence of exactly that pattern. I believe Mr. Nikela is incorrect when he represents to this committee that there was no stifling of debate. It was not allowed at all.
Okay. Well, I'm actually not sure if the stifling of debate is sufficient procedural defect to overturn a motion generally. But I would appreciate it if you could send me some, if you have, direct evidence, a recording or a, with like, numbers, where on the recording to find this, or, written minutes that would demonstrate that this happened, then I will look into whether that is a valid basis for overturning a motion. And if so, that would be very interesting. If I can move on, I don't know. Does Mr. Chatterton have something important to say, or?
I think if Mr. Ruse does not object,
I don't object, Mr. Chatterton. Go ahead and speak. You've been.
Yes. I think there are some relevant procedural matters that I think have been pretty directly and openly violated. Some examples that come to mind is that in the August 10th LNC meeting, there was a motion put before the body that would have restricted access to counsel to only the chair and the executive director. That policy manual amendment did not pass. However, in multiple examples since that time, I believe which are documented in the referenced attachments to Mr. Martin's amicus brief, and I think particularly some of the emails regarding ethics complaint from late August, if I'm not mistaken, but I can confirm that and give better details. There's several documented examples of Mr. Nikela stepping in after there was ongoing discussions with our attorney regarding specific matters that are relevant to these items of business. And then basically when Mr. Martin and I got onto questions that were starting to expose misconduct, either through action or inaction or stifling of action, specifically stated that we would no longer have access to counsel outside of executive sessions and meetings, which that's been the standard practice.
What was the date of those events?
So the motion to consider the policy to restrict access was the August 10th electronic meeting of the LNC. That motion was a policy manual amendment, and it was stricken from the agenda.
I think we need to limit this to events that took place on August 24th when this resolution was passed, or on February 2nd when the second SIC committee was formed, because it seems to me that those are the only two dates that are relevant. February 2nd, the second SIC was constituted. Were there procedural issues with the constitution of that? Or August 24th, when the SIC report was adopted and the resolutions were passed.
I think maybe to tie into that is that these deprivations of access to counsel occurred to the extent that they directly blocked the LNC's ability to make informed decisions on those matters. So as a specific example, I believe meeting the criteria that you requested on August 24th with that meeting, I had sent a question to counsel inquiring about the impacts of the resolutions that were related. I described this in better detail, I believe, in my brief. and provided the email exchange in that, in which specific legal questions are answered that I think would be very reasonably characterized that absent an answer, whether it's the one I expected or the one I didn't, that absent that answer, it was irresponsible for the LNC to act without having that advice. And there was no urgency demonstrated that forced action that night, and we could not get that legal advice in time for that vote in that meeting. So I think,
Yeah, I'm
in
not
the
sure what
interest
the
of
violation is
so
there,
the interest that was violated there was that
Mr. Chatterton.
there were specifically legal questions raised that were okay.
Mr.
I would
Chatterton.
like to respond if possible at some point.
Okay. JJ wanted to say something. And
Yes, it just deals with the dates. The motion, the SIC was originally adopted on June 9th, 2025. I'm looking at the minutes. In August, there was an attempt to rescind that motion.
Oh,
that
okay.
failed.
I was muted.
So I believe one of the key dates would be what happened on June 9th when the report was initially adopted.
Right. Let me add to what Mr. Chatterton was saying regarding legal advice. There was conflicting legal advice being provided in the SIC report, only in respect to what authority does the LNC have to prohibit, ban a member, because that language explicitly was put into a resolution that they were voted on, as well as the recommendation to prevent an officer from continuing to serve in the SIC report. So those are legal, and of course the other legal conclusions that are made in the SIC report themselves. So I believe what Mr. Chatterton his frustration is that they didn't have access to legal counsel to inquire as to what's the basis of these legal positions effectively. And later we all learned that the LNC entered a motion to dismiss in the Beth Vest case that was court
This
found
none of this has anything to do here.
that neither the court nor the LNC has the authority to
why are they allowing this
ban a member from consideration
to go
in leadership
into
or as a candidate.
Such irrelevancies.
All right, I'd like to move on to something else here.
Thank you.
Does the appellant claim that the accused has a Fifth Amendment right not to have a negative inference drawn for failure to testify or submit evidence?
This is a private organization.
Right. I mean, there was a claim that the fact that
and there wasn't a negative inference drawn. They explicitly said there wasn't.
And Mr. Paget failed to testify that it was not reasonable to draw a negative inference from that. Is that appellant's claim?
Reasonable Fifth Amendment right are two different standards, sir. I would not say they have a Fifth Amendment right to invoke silence and have no reasonable inference drawn from that silence. So there is a situation where silence may indicate a reasonable inference could be drawn. However, here there's real question about this. This is a show trial. This is a political stunt, and anything that she says could be used against her in a much more unethical way than you might get away with in court. Maybe we see the same thing happen all the time, but it's the principle of when you're in a situation where you have opposition that's gone to the trouble of, creating kind of an appearance and going out of their way to do it. I mean, and I've been through this. I'm speaking from experience. I had someone try to set me up at one point for embezzlement.
You guys.
And,
I'm muting him for a second. You guys tell me, do you want me to cover this whole thing? Because right now, it's so painful. It's so disproportionate. Any members who wanted to hear both sides are not. You now see the steamrolling that this certain Mises faction does on the LNC. And I'm just super disappointed this is being allowed on the JC. This isn't an equitable hearing.
from their failure to provide evidence, but
It depends on the situation.
in this case, they should not draw such a negative inference.
It is not a Fifth Amendment right, but
Correct.
I would point out
Shut
that
up.
nothing can be drawn related to Mr. Paget, as he was not a member of the LNC at any point. He is just some individual. That they would not have the technical ability to judge him at any point.
Right.
Okay, well, that is a good point. A couple more things. In the chat, I saw Kyle Davis in the chat said he offered Mr. Martin the Kixie data. I don't know if he meant the Kixie data, some kind of data, and he did not respond. Is that a fact?
I don't know.
I don't
Mr.
recall.
Mr. Davis also said later in the chat that he's also bound by his NDA to not provide that data. So I'm not sure what he's speaking. He's double speaking there.
Okay. Okay. I think it was Mr. Martin mentioned that this is my last thing, that there were internal conflicts in the SIC report. So I would just say if those internal conflicts aren't pointed out specifically in your amicus, then please send them to me, because you're just a mere statement that's the fact is really not sufficient.
The statement includes a reference, and the reference is to Mr. Chatterton's report to the region, which he provided as an explanation for his intended vote on that in the short time frame that we had. So I would refer you to that, and there's other matters that have been brought. So that statement, I felt like it's not my job to reinvent the wheel. I'm merely referencing the work of others, and the evidence that I'm bringing in my amicus is mostly focused on what happened to me for asking reasonable questions about the SIC and doing my own due diligence and the level of resistance, interference, and
again, if there are internal conflicts in the SIC report, I'm going to need them pointed out. I will review your amicus, to see if they're in there. But if they're in there, please send them, because otherwise I can't use them. I don't know if Mr. Davis would like to say something about the previous, if he has something relevant to say about the previous Kixie data.
Sure.
Mr. Davis?
Absolutely. So I'm a member of the IS committee, and I have pointed out to Mr. Martin several times at this point that as a member of that committee, I can get access to like Kixie and to show the information from Zoho showing the amounts that were going out to Ms. McCardle, et cetera. I've said this consistently, privately, since June.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Please send it all to the entire LNC, and then let them make a decision about how to release it publicly. Thank you.
if I may, I don't recall.
I would add that I've heard.
JJ.
I would add that I have heard that there is a minority report that has been submitted, but I have not seen it.
Okay, I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tarnoff. I have a couple of questions. First one is a very simple question, and this is to both sides. And I would ask Mr. McKee to address it first, and then the appellant secondary. The investigative committee had 5 months to which they were doing their work. In that time, the subject of the investigation committee, Ms. McCardle, was silent and did not, according to all reports, engage with the committee to set the record straight or to provide her side of the story. Why?
Well, Mr. Seebeck, that's not entirely true. Mr. Roos actually presented an exhibit where I don't know if it was explicitly written by Ms. McCardle or ghost written by her, but it does put forward her side of the story, but it doesn't really provide any supporting documentation.
Did she interact with the committee at all?
To my knowledge, no.
Same question to the appellants.
The you want to go first, did you?
No. You go first.
To the extent that the SIC that the investigation began before the SIC investigation properly started itself, you can see in the SIC report the questions were asked of her, that is to say, Ms. McCardle, and they were introduced as evidence into the SIC report. Consequently, the narrative that Ms. McCardle provided to me, that was apparently also provided to an attorney that also reviewed that, explained that that she was told that the investigation was not about her, that the investigation would not come down to any conclusions with her, about her, because that was part of her agreement for resigning in the first place. So I believe that just should answer that question pretty succinctly. JJ?
No, I was just going to add that as there have been some questions about her involvement in trying to do something in Colorado that had been raised, I did offer, with the approval of my client, who was the chair of the LPCO, I did offer to testify regarding any information there. I do have some documentation that basically says she was not involved in it, but that they did not take me up on that, so I did not know exactly what they were investigating.
Well, then here's a follow-up. If the purpose of the SIC was not specifically directed at Ms. McCardle, would not that be a motivation to fully cooperate with them, to provide information so that they could produce their investigation in an unbiased and impartial manner? And wouldn't refusal to do so, whether it was initially or as follow-up, create an implication of something to hide and guilt? Because that is the perception that has been put forth throughout this entire duration of what's been going on, for better or for worse, is what it is. So I'm having trouble questioning the motivation for not working this. Yeah, this is not a criminal court of law. There's not a presumption of innocent guilt and guilty. There's not Fifth Amendment issue. None of that is in play here. This is a private, I hate to say it, private investigation. We're not talking Magnum PI here, but we're talking about an internal investigation as to what was going on with all this stuff. And if we're supposed to be dedicated to honesty and transparency and integrity, then there should be some sort of attempt of cooperation and attempt to clear names. That's where I'm having trouble with it. Now, next question. Mr. McGee, in your rebuttal statement, you made a statement that you felt like some of your statements were being misrepresented. I would like you to set the record straight.
Oh, goodness. That would take another hour. I would just prefer not to attempt to do that. I think everyone can come to their own conclusions.
All right, fair enough. Broader question for both sides. Who signs the pledge?
Say again?
Who signs the pledge?
The individual.
Correct. Is the pledge a requirement to be a member?
Yes.
Nationally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
National is what we're talking about here. Is it a requirement to be a member to be on the LNC?
Yes.
So is it therefore logical to say that the pledge applies to the members of the LNC?
Absolutely.
You're garbled, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
Does the pledge then apply to the members of the LNC?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Does it apply to the LNC as the individual members or as a group?
If I may, I think it could be both.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go along with that.
Yep.
What do the bylaws say about application as a group?
I don't believe that that would be a proper construction, sir.
Oh, of the membership pledge you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to the pledge.
Well, the pledge in its basis is based on the principles of the party. So there is a group connotation there as well.
How does that application contrast with the bylaws statement about application of affiliates?
Yeah. You mean whether the membership pledge has to be adopted by affiliates, which is what it has to be in order to be properly affiliated.
That's what's in the bylaws. And cannot an affiliate be removed for violating that, or disaffiliated? Excuse me.
Yes,
they have.
The point.
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, could you please?
Can an affiliate be disaffiliated for violating the pledge?
Very possibly, yes.
Oregon was an example.
The point of all of this is very simple. The bylaws specifically give explicit detail about when application of the pledge applies and what violations of the pledge have for consequences in specific cases and not in others. So the argument of the LNC not being bound by the pledge as a group is valid in accordance with the bylaws, but each member of the LNC is adhered to the bound of the pledge because of their nature of their membership in the party. The same is true for this judicial committee, by the way, and any other committee that we have going on at the national level, where membership is a requirement to be in that committee, as the bylaws are written. So I'm just want to point that out to point out that how things are worded in the bylaws, in the policy manual, in Roberts, and there's been a lot of back and forth on that tonight, as well as what's in the weeds of the SIC report and all the different interpretations or allegations or arguments regarding it, that the words do matter. And they have to be very specific and very clear. And that is something that I think everybody needs to take from this hearing, to be very careful in how they're saying things in the future to what they're doing. That's all I have to say. I will go on to Mr. Stratton.
Mr. Seebeck, Mr. Stratton left the meeting about 30 minutes ago.
I
did not see that. Thank you. We'll go on to Mr. Latham.
And there's still a quorum, by the way.
All right, round two. So following up on this discussion of these June 9th versus August 24th meetings, I guess I'll throw this first to Mr. Roos. So were there, I see in the LNC's brief in response, this language, quote, Mr. Jonathan Jacobs, parliamentarian and a co-petitioner, publicly conceded at the August 24th, 2025 LNC meeting that the motion to adopt the report was in order, if imprudent. So do you agree with that characterization of what Mr. Jacobs, what his opinion is on whether there were any infirmities at the August 24th meeting?
The August 24th meeting?
Correct.
I never had any problems with the August 24th meeting. No.
Okay. So, I mean, just what I'm trying to,
I think we have a disagreement over the
meeting remedy, whatever infirmities people were concerned about at the June 9th meeting.
Right. There were some issues regarding procedure in June 9th. Much of it has been resolved through the action of the LNC to
I have to say, God bless you 225 people that are still watching this.
Okay, but notice was resolved essentially at the August 24th meeting. Is that what I'm understanding?
Sir. I apologize.
I do want to hear from Mr. Jacobs, because I guess in fairness,
Okay.
One trying to characterize.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start off by saying I told Mr. Roos this would be what I would say.
Sure.
So, yeah, in my opinion, the two motions that were adopted at the June 9th meeting, the two resolutions, I can get you their text and read it because I have the minutes up.
No, you don't
were,
need to.
void because of improper notice. There was a point of order at the August meeting that ruled that where the chair basically ruled those two motions out of order for improper notice. I am of the opinion, and I have not changed it, that there was proper notice given for the adoption of the committee report itself. So I did not feel that there is
I would agree
there
with
was a
JJ
problem
there.
with notes for the adoption of the committee report itself.
And that's where we disagree.
Yes.
Okay, and I heard disagreement. So, Mr. Roosh, you say there's not a problem, or sorry, you say there is a problem on August 24th.
I'll be back in a minute because I'm
Mr.
doing some
Jacobs
other
says
work
there's
while I'm
not a
listening to
problem.
all this.
We're talking
I
about
gotta
the
get
June
different
9th
photo
adoption
albums.
of the SIC report.
Okay, but now I'm talking about August 24th, and again, the LNC saying in its brief that Mr. Jacobs, who is a parliamentarian and a co-petitioner, conceded at the August 24th, 2025 LNC meeting that the motion to adopt the report was in order, comma, if imprudent.
I think there's a misstatement in that response. I do not recall a report being adopted in that meeting.
It was not, as far as I know.
Right. I think it's just a misstatement by the respondent.
May I clarify that before you mischaracterize my statements?
Please.
Okay. Well, I was gonna give you a chance, Mr. McGee, but I just want to kind of get the petitioner's take on this thing first. So again, so I guess whatever infirmities were involved in June 9th, were they remedied? Let's set the misrepresentation issue aside, because I get that that's a separate issue. I guess talking in terms of notice, in terms of talking about procedure, does all that get fixed at August 24th, or is there still a problem?
No. There's a misreading, I think, or a misunderstanding of what's being stated in my brief. It was at the August 24th meeting that Mr. Jacobs offered the opinion that the adoption of the SIC report at the June 9th meeting was in fact in order.
Got it.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
That is correct.
Is that more accurate, Mr. Jacobs?
That is correct. I opined that there was not a procedural infirmity with the notice for the report itself. Though there were for other motions, those have been remedied.
Okay, so you mean so Mr. Jacobs, just so I'm clear, you're saying there was not even an infirmity, at least procedurally, on June 9th. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
With the adoption of the report itself, I do not believe there was an infirmity. With the adoption of some other thing, as it relates to notice,
which have been remedied.
With the adoption of some other things, I believe there was a problem with notice, and those things were found later to be void.
Wait, okay, but then were the things that were void, did they redo it on August 24th with sufficient notice, and that solved the problem?
Yes.
Or is there still a problem?
I don't believe anybody is questioning the notice on the August meeting.
All right. Does anybody else want to elaborate on that issue? I see Mr. Martin has his hand up.
As somebody who had to try to make an informed decision at that meeting, I can tell you now, there was not enough.
Will you just clarify which meeting, that meeting? Are we talking about June 9th or August 24th?
On the June 9th meeting of the adoption of the SIC report.
Okay.
We received the text of the report, and because I'm in Hawaii.
I'm somewhat familiar with how that June 9th meeting went down. So let me ask you this then. Let's just assume that the June 9th report was problematic or the procedure in adopting it and whatnot. Are you conceding that all that gets fixed, aside from the misrepresentation on August 24th? They say, oops, our bad, we're fixing this on August 24th.
No, sir. I think that the problems extend far beyond just a simple notice problem. We're looking at a disciplinary procedure masquerading as an opinion. And it also invites a lot more consequences and problems that are beyond, in my opinion, some of the matters.
Let me mute this. I'm going to answer some questions here. Most people watch on Twitter. So on Twitter, minus the YouTube views, I have 219 viewers. People don't watch on YouTube, and I really wish they would. And super chats always matter. And thank you.
There were procedural infirmities even after August 24th?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like Mr. Martin, Mr. Roos say there were procedural infirmities even after August 24th, but Mr. Jacobs does not agree with that.
Can we
stop cross-talking?
I was speaking about procedural infirmities relating to notice only.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone understands
Other
that.
infirmities.
Right.
So let's dig into after the LNC acts on August 24th, what procedural infirmities? Again, let's leave misrepresentation aside. I think that's a separate issue. That's more of a substantive rather than procedural issue. What procedurally is still problematic after August 24th?
Well, that would be the procedural problem. There is a rule in Robert about adopting a motion that violates the bylaws, and that's covered. That's 23.6. Let me get the citation. I think it's B, but I want to give it to you directly.
Believe me, for the future, this will be a Jonathan-free zone, but it was unavoidable for this if I was going to cover it. But yeah, I need to bring a barf bag down. Now, he's not wrong in his parliamentary stuff. To make it clear again, my issues with him is that I don't think he's a good person. I think he's a great parliamentarian.
Is kind of baked into that. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah.
So then
procedural issue.
That's okay. You're making it procedural, even though I've been saying substantive. You're saying because the motion has this misrepresentation contained in it, that's what makes it violative of this 23:6, conflicts with the bylaws of the organization or assembly. Okay. So, but then it sounds like, would you agree if we decide that, well, say some of us decide that misrepresentation only applies to government action and does not apply to LNC action, don't you lose?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
We would argue, though, that the bylaw does apply to all people in the Libertarian Party.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's all I have.
They can't advocate
if I may,
for government.
I didn't elaborate on
Mr. Roos and Mr. Martin. They had hands up. I'll let them elaborate.
I wanted to clarify.
Raising your hand doesn't give you a right for extra bites at the apple.
Of previous notice of the motion to adopt the SIC report. Essentially, if we were only relying on Robert's rules, then Mr. Jacobs is correct. I would say that he's on point regarding previous notice. However, there are some quirks regarding our own bylaws that I believe set aside create additional requirements or set us.
You notice how they've
to satisfy previous notice
shifted away from the statement of principles argument.
Jacobs is referring to. Mainly that in order to that the rule specifically in the policy manual, which is again, let me guide you. Roberts requires, if it's an original main motion, that to say if your rules require previous notice, that you must follow it. So you go back to our policy manual, and then there was a requirement for previous notice, which was either to which was the 1.012, sorry, 1.02.1, pardon me. And effectively, the way the LNC had noticed the report itself was they simply added in the report 8 days before into the meeting minutes of that night, that Sunday, that they were going to have this report read at some point, heard and adopted by the LNC. Would be not, there was no motion, there was just say we'll be bringing it up at some point, and it's dated in April, so this is June, right? So the policy manual simply requires it to be a purport of what the motion will be. I don't think that text satisfies that under our ethical code, frankly. But in regards to previous notice, it says that it has to be purported in the meeting immediately before that session where it's going to be held, which was going to be a special session 8 days later. Now, in the intermediary, we have this email ballot, we have this business list that is provided by our bylaws, which overrides RONR. And this is where it gets a little complicated. And this is where we're at in the appeal. We asked the JC to consider that if the business list is a new session between that meeting where it's purported and the special meeting where it's adopted, then which is actually the next session? Is it the business list, or is it that next special meeting? If it's the business list, then they should have held the motion to adopt the SIC report on the business list itself. If it's otherwise, so you can see that if you don't interpret it that way, but then what occurred will naturally happen again, which is then you can wait the whole 7 days, wait 24 hours to give the entire complete text of the motion, and then poor Mr. Austin Martin here will have be given 14 hours while in the middle of the night to read 100 pages, 18,000 words, and give thorough understanding of it. That kind of surprise is what will happen again and again and again. And I believe that the JC has an opportunity here to rule on whether previous notice was satisfied in that manner. I believe it was not.
Mr. Roos, let me just interject there. So what you're saying that was Mr. Martin, did he participate in the June 9th meeting? I think he did.
Yes.
Okay. Did he participate in the August 24th meeting?
Sure.
So Mr. Roos, are you saying that Mr. Martin still had inadequate notice at the August 24th meeting?
On the June 9th meeting.
Okay, but what about the August 24th meeting? Was he still operating under, he didn't know what was going on?
That was only in respect to they only heard these motions, right, for the new resolutions that were adopted based on the SIC report, not the SIC report itself.
Okay, I'll put it to you, Mr. Martin. Were you uninformed as of August 24th as to what the LNC was going to do with the SIC report?
Respectfully, sir, the SIC report was already passed on that day, and it was not up for consideration on August 24th.
Okay, but there were motions that I guess flowed from that report, or recommendations, right?
The reason that those motions came up at all is because we made a JC appeal challenging those motions for lack of notice.
Okay, but answer my question. August 24th, are you still confused and you don't have adequate notice as to what's coming your way August 24th in terms of censure and doing those motions? Or
I believe that mischaracterizes the situation. That's not actually what's being said by the parties. We're saying that on June 9th, which was
okay, well, that's what I'm asking you.
But sir, it's kind of an absurd question because frankly, that's not what's being claimed. No offense. I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. I just mean,
okay, well, help us understand.
So the notice issue that we're talking about has to be distinguished from the opportunate motions, which were cured later. The report, the notice defect on the report was never cured. It was never declared void. So the SIC report is still intact from its original June 6th or June 9th adoption date. That's the date in which I did not have time to respond. I read the report within the
Let's
time
say for
frame.
sake of argument, that's true. Where are you at on August 24th?
On August 24th, on August 24th, after this has already been passed and we've been fighting and we've had a JC appeal and we've been going around and just getting absolutely kicked around publicly by the rest of the LNC for asking basic fiduciary questions. At that point, I know very well what's going on, and it's very clear to me that the fix was in. So it wasn't a matter of notice as far as like not knowing what's going on by August 24th. By then it was, hey, we have these substantive issues that are being totally ignored. And they're like, oh, hey, we noticed that you guys might have a point in your JC appeal. Let's just preemptively void these and we'll cure the notice issues and we'll steamroll it through anyway. On August 24th, meaningful discussion was still not engaged in on the merits because we couldn't address the underlying issue, which was the report on which these motions were based. And because they were not being considered at the same time, there was no way to effectively argue the actual facts. We had to deal with what's been done. So there's two different dates of concern here. The June 9th is when the report was passed. August 24th is the new cure date for the motions that were derivative from that report. And those are two separate issues with their own procedural characters, right?
Okay.
So
let me thank you, Mr. Martin. Let me just jump to Mr. Jacobs. So, because if this report is rushed and adopted, again, this statement about you saying that the adoption of the report was in order, if imprudent, is the LNC required to give members like Mr. Martin sufficient time to, for lack of a better word, I guess, analyze, understand that report?
Required? No. Should they do it? In all probability, and that they should. But
It's a nice to have. It's not a must have.
It is not an absolute requirement.
Okay. All right. Mr. Martin, you have your hand up.
I respectfully just disagree with the concept that notice is optional. And I don't mean to overrule my colleagues on this. Respectfully, the point of notice is to be able to make informed decisions. Notice is, notice opportunity to respond is the soul of due process. And this too comes down to the heart of who we are as the Libertarian Party. When we give notice, it's not just a mere formality. This is something on which our decision-making hinges. I was able to independently verify, even in a relatively short time, that there were many elements of the report which were questionable. If they delayed a month, we could have made changes without risking this huge, crazy fight that we've had, just if they've just been willing to entertain reasonable questions. But they didn't. And my job as a director is
I wonder if you're confusing, you say there was insufficient notice because you didn't get to participate. I noticed that and I shouldn't have said notice. Isn't there a difference between notice and an opportunity to be heard?
Certainly. And I only mention that because those are, I think, Black's Law's definition of what constitutes process. Yes. And I didn't mean that in a sense of I'm just trying to raise that as a singular. I do think there's a procedural infirmity in how Mr. Chatterton and I were treated. And this happened over a span of many meetings. Starting at the June 9th meeting, especially, that was where it really kicked off, and the pattern of retaliation from there is clear. But that aside, on just a strictly procedural grounds, the spirit and point of notice is to be able to allow us to do our jobs. And our job is not to be a rubber stamper and just say yes to whatever they put before us, but to intelligently and critically read it and evaluate whether or not this information could hurt us. I think there was a better way to handle a lot of this stuff. And I think if we'd had a more open spirit of cooperation and a willingness to entertain opposing viewpoints, it would have been okay. And we would have figured out a way through. But that was the whole problem, was that there was no room for any dissenting opinions. If you even ask, you're defending an embezzler, you might as well be like in bed with Satan. And that's how we've been treated, just for asking basic, reasonable questions. Now, the notice is a problem.
Sorry to cut you off. I want to move along, and I appreciate your take here, but I want to steer clear of some filibustering. Maybe there will be an opportunity. Save your remarks for either subsequent questions or closing arguments, I guess. Yes. Let me clarify something, Mr. Roos. I'll start with you. Was this SIC report adopted on the June 9th meeting or the August 24th meeting?
The June 9th meeting.
The June 9th meeting. Okay. I'm going to kick it over to Mr. McGee. Do you agree with that the SIC report was adopted on the June 9th meeting and not the August 24th meeting?
That is correct.
All right. And then I feel like Mr. McGee, I want to, I think you helped me clarify the statement in the LNC's brief on what Mr. Jacobs was talking about. It was actually the June 9th meeting that he said when the report was adopted was in order. Was there anything, I guess, that came up in my discussions with the petitioners that you felt like you needed to address?
Other than the very subjective characterization, no.
Oh, you spoke a little quick there for my ears. Could you, other than the very subjective what?
Characterizations of the SIC report, which I suppose is something we're not going to resolve here, and so I don't want to waste any further time with it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Roos has maybe something he wants to add before
I just wanted to point out, obviously it's advisory. It's not in the Robeson decision earlier this year. The JC did decide that the electronic email list mailing ballots was considered a separate session. And I'm quoting from the decision in the chat. We thereby determine that the word session in sections 14 and 15 of Article 7 of the party bylaws therefore include doing business by electronic mail balloting. Thank you.
So, Bruce, let me follow up on that then. I don't know who just chatted there.
JJ. Oh, you want to say something, JJ? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask this to Mr. Roos, though. Are you claiming that because, so it sounds like, things happen 1, 2, 3, because notice was done 1, then there was an interim, I guess, session, for lack of a better word. Then there was a 3rd session. Are people prejudiced by that? They're like, oh, we thought it was going to come up in the 2nd session and it came up in the 3rd. So we're confused and we don't know what's going on. Is that your claim?
There was no timing set in the purport, first of all. Second, notice violations always lead to any action based on them to be void, period.
So you're saying it's a notice violation if notice was given at stage 1, there's an interim 2nd session, but the matter's actually not taken up until stage 3.
Right.
It expires, is what you're saying.
Correct. Notice always expires.
Okay.
Okay. And then Mr. Jacobs, did you want to?
Yes. First of all, the policy manual at the time referred to the previous session. So the previous session would be the one that happened immediately before that special meeting. Now, I'd have to take a look at the Robson decision again, but if that is considered to be a separate session, you would have had to have given notice in that session.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. I hope I'm done. 3rd time's the charm, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. We will now move to closing arguments, 5 minutes each.
Mr. Chair, may I request a brief suspension of the rules to ask a yes or no question? I'm not sure about something that was raised by Mr. Latham. I'd like to just ask a very quick yes or no question.
We're not suspending any rules or taking any motions in this hearing. We're going to proceed to closing arguments. So
I would, I just wanted to ask, was the
I support the ruling of the chair. I support the ruling of the chair. Let's move on.
We will move to closing arguments. Appellants have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't intend to do a closing argument. But I think that one of the things here that we have discussed very clearly has been the idea of misrepresentation. And that would apply clearly to all parties, and to all party organs and all party members. The bylaws do not say, oh, well, this applies to governments. In fact, if it just applied to governments, you wouldn't need it in your bylaws, under the principle that the bylaws do not include anything that has been put into the bylaws have a purpose. So that would be something that I would have to reject based on the idea for that. They're in the bylaws for a reason. Mr. Roos?
So thank you, Mr. Jacobs. The SIC report that was adopted, and the only time it was adopted in June 9th, and I hope that answered Mr. Tarnoff's question, is the central theme here. This was my conjecture is that there's a strong a strong sense and tradition that we treat the electronic mailing list or voting list or ballot list or mail ballots, however you'd like to call it, as a separate session. I would start there that if you're looking at the Robson decision, for as guidance, if not precedence, that there was a misstep of notice for it, and that should be void ab initio from the start, and that's the easiest way to tackle the situation, rather than and while I very much appreciate the almost 4 hours that we've been here talking about this and airing this out, I believe in some cases there's been more substantive dialogue regarding the SIC report than in many cases the LNC has provided, save for some frustration from other LNC members. The point is if, as I said before, this is a big elephant to chew on, and the way you do is one bite at a time. And really, if we're going to call it a duck, then it's going to be clear that it's if you're going to find misrepresentation, just find it and move on. And it doesn't even need to be be substantive, whether it's the independence issue that they define themselves or some of the factual issues that are presented. The standard of behavior that the SIC report conducted itself on, and was adopted by the LNC as an action, it should be reviewed. We deserve, as members, better practice for these types of special investigative committees that apparently are going to become more common as the LNC becomes more successful and continues to be incorporated under DC law. That these are things that are going to come up because we're going to attract more lawsuits. That's it. And the behavior of them trying to create a disciplinary process to someone who was not even on the committee anymore, I think is problematic as well. I think as I started at the beginning, I think the objective here is the LNC can't figure itself out about who, what, where, who's going to do what reform to this thing. So the JC has been left as the backstop here for a governance paralysis. And I very much want you guys to understand what position we and the LNC have put and trusted to this committee. And I appreciate all your time today. I think it's very clear that there are some factual issues, and the most intriguing part of this entire process has been seeing the respondents come back and say, well, we're not bound by this standard. We're not bound by the statement of principles. And that's caused other conversations regarding the membership pledge too, which I like, as I've heard from Mr. Seebeck, is very important, because we're not supposed to be like the other political party duopolies. That's what sets us apart. That's what makes us different, and that's what keeps the boot off our neck, so to speak, because we are acting with these set of principles publicly, and everyone knows it. So I appreciate again your time tonight, and if there's still any further questions, I hope we've done our best in order to comprehensively answer them and provide all the documentation that you needed. I know there's a number of things that have been sent into you sealed under cover. I don't necessarily agree with that any of that should be sealed. I think the membership deserves the right to see how the sausage is being made. but I have not seen any of that. I've just been told it's been filed, and I think, and I appreciate again your efforts tonight. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Mr. McGee.
Thank you. Petitioners allege that the adoption of the SIC report violated Article 3 of the bylaws. Our statement of principles by way of misrepresentation. Article 3 is and must remain a philosophical guidepost rather than a procedural cudgel. The parties' governing documents do not and should not oppose a strict liability standard whereby every factual error, however trivial or unintentional, is equated with actionable misrepresentation. To do so would render all committee work perpetually vulnerable to reversal on the most minor technical grounds, paralyzing the parties' ability to govern and reform as circumstances demand. In presenting their case, petitioners rely on a selective and often inaccurate reading of both the facts and the government documents. They conflate minor, non-material errors with deliberate misrepresentation, and they assert procedural defects where none exist. The LNC acknowledges that no process is without flaw. Indeed, faith errors are an inevitable part of any complex organizational undertaking. However, such errors were neither intentional nor material to the outcome of the SIC's investigation or the LNC's subsequent actions. To suggest otherwise is to disregard both the facts and the standards of reasonableness that should govern our deliberations. To retroactively nullify the SIC report and related resolutions on the basis of unintentional or inconsequential errors would undermine not only the specific reforms at issue, but also the willingness of future leaders to attempt to pursue needed reforms in the future. The LNC urges the committee to recognize the integrity of the process and the good faith of those who participated in it. Granting the relief sought by the petitioners would set a dangerous precedent. Such a standard would render nearly all committee work vulnerable to endless appeal and reversal, discouraging initiative and paralyzing the party at moments when decisive action is needed. The work of governments depends on the ability of members to serve, deliberate, and act in good faith, learning and adapting as circumstances require. To demand perfection or to treat every error as a fatal defect is neither realistic nor just. The committee must consider the far-reaching implications of a ruling that would allow every unintended factual error to form the basis for overturning duly adopted reforms. Such a precedent would not only undo necessary improvements, but would chill future efforts at reform and self-correction. To reiterate, the petitioners have also requested that the SIC report be voided and remanded to the LNC. If this request is a good faith attempt to correct any errors, there is no need for the Judicial Committee to grant this request. A mechanism already exists to make changes or corrections to an adopted report, that is, amending something previously adopted. Since the adoption of the SIC report nearly 5 months ago, the LNC has spent considerable time over the several meetings discussing the SIC substantive amendment been offered to the SIC report. In closing, the Libertarian National Committee respectfully asserts that its actions, including creation, investigation, and adoption of the Special Investigatory Committee report, were wholly consistent with the explicit language of the bylaws, fully compliant with all notice requirements, and in no way a violation of Article 3 of the bylaws. The process was deliberate, principled, and conducted within the scope of the authority granted by our governing documents. Any errors were unintentional and do not rise to the level of material misrepresentation. The LNC asked this Judicial Committee to affirm the validity of its decision and to recognize the integrity of the process, and to uphold the standard that honors both the principles of liberty and the practical realities of self-governments. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to deny the relief requested by the petitioners. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. That brings us to adjournment of this hearing. It is, for the record, 6:51 Central Daylight Time. Thank you all for attending and considering the fact this is almost 4 hours of time enduring this hearing. And the JC will now retire to our deliberations. 2 of our members will have to view the video separately before we come to a decision. Stay tuned. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for your time
Thank you.
tonight. Thank you for your
Thank you, everybody.
And
Recording stopped.
Appreciate you.
Love you, Ken.
Okay, let me go back. You have to forgive me because, like, the only way to get through this was to drink, and I wasn't going to drink. Wayne will tell you. And oh my God, there's 200. Oh, there's 2 of me. That feels like how I feel. Let me also take this off. Okay, it's time for dinner. I'm going to give you my thoughts on this hearing very briefly and with far too many rum and cokes. Mike, you know, is like one of my best friends. He bent over backwards to be fair in this meeting. They're probably fortunate I was not the JC chair, because I don't believe in the concept of giving people enough rope to hang themselves. I personally did not like the unequal distribution of time here. Did not like it at all. I understand in opening statements and closing statements, you can divide your time. But, and this is the way other, if to my recollection, past JC hearings were held. When it comes time for questions and answers, there is one person designated to answer. They can ask consent to bring in someone to back them up. But say you had 3 people who argued in your opening statement, all 3 of them do not get to answer the question. You designate one person. This was so time-wise inequitable to the LNC. I'm like literally really angry about it. Now, the LNC's not, Mr. McGee didn't object, so it's really not my place. But if I were him, I would have objected. I texted that to him. You saw I was doing a lot of texting. A lot of that was to Mr. McGee. He didn't feel he wanted to object. That's their right. Mr. McGee, though, in contrast to the behavior of the appellants, I think the contrast was clear. Now, I don't think Roos behaved unprofessionally, by the way. And I actually don't think JJ did, except he kept interrupting too much. Austin Martin certainly behaved unprofessionally. JJ, I thought, behaved a bit rudely in the way he felt everyone had to hear his opinion on everything. Roos just had dumb arguments. He didn't behave unprofessionally. Chuck asked, where was Mark Montoni? I don't know. I did text him at the beginning of the meeting to remind him, and I hadn't heard back. He probably had to work. From what I understand, this was the day the majority of JC members could make it. I did hear back from Stefan Kinsella. He was in the middle of traveling. He had just landed when I think when I had heard from him, or he was just getting on a plane. I don't know where Mark was at, but my understanding is, you know, this is recorded, so the JC can listen to it after the fact. But here, let's recap the major issues. When it comes to the statement of principles, I don't care what JJ or anyone says. I'm a bigger proponent than any of them could dream to be in their pinky toe fingernail. However, the statement of principles is about government. It says that very clearly. I don't believe in expanding interpretations. That's up to the delegates and convention. Now, can the principles of the statement of principles be used as an interpretive grid for other bylaws, which may not necessarily have to do with government? Yes, because they are our foundational principles. But remember, it's on the duty of the appellant to state specifically what bylaws they believe are being violated. So the statement of principles was not used as an interpretive grid, as was in the RFK Jr. campaign finance, the JFC thing, which was used as an interpretive grid for Article 2 because it says the purpose of the party is to give voice to and implement the statement of principles. They just cited Article 3, and all Article 3 deals with is the amendment threshold and the justification for why the amendment threshold is so high. The amendment threshold is pretty much impossible. I'm not saying literally impossible, but practically impossible. And the writers felt they needed to justify that. I am really angry that they misrepresented D. Frank Robinson. And if misrepresentation is a violation of the SOP, they just violated the SOP. D. Frank Robinson was talking about the philosophical foundation of the party. If he was such a strong advocate for their stance, why wasn't he here? Why didn't he file an amicus? Those are all questions to be asked. I look forward to the JC's decision. I thank them for their time and patience. This was long. It's 6. We were here for 4 hours. So I know I haven't streamed all week. I'm working a new job now. No, I'm not going to talk much about it. I never do, except to say it's in downtown Denver again. It's in a different area, though, where my commute is even longer. I get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, and I don't get home till about 7:30 at night. I'll still be doing some weekly streams, but most of my streams are going to be on the weekends now. And speaking of that, that's it. I need to go eat. So hopefully, I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but hopefully you found this interesting. And I do need to address some criticism I got just through text. Some people were like, oh, you're talking over the hearing. If you don't want to hear commentary, register for the JC hearing and go there directly. Myself and LP Allies, we are commentary channels. We don't exist just to stream what you can get just by watching the JC hearing yourself. I did try to mute it more later so there wasn't over talk, because I understand that can be annoying. But if you don't want to hear my commentary, then there's no reason to come to my channel. If you don't want to hear LP Allies commentary, there's no reason to go to their channel. Just go to the JC hearing itself. I'm not exactly sure. It's been posted all over the place, but you could also write the JC to ask for personal notice of these hearings. Okay, I want to go eat. So that's it. I'm looking. I don't see my closing screen. Is this my closing screen? Well, I'm going to hit it. If not, it's just going to be end stream. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have an awesome night. Bye-bye.
You gotta take what you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in a business, not because they want to